Chapter 1401. The noisy hall fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Most of the people who came to the Science and Technology exhibition were normal disciples of the sect. As for the Holy Gate elders and sect leader, they were busy cultivating and didn't have the mood to come to the exhibition. The average strength of these disciples was at the 4th layer of true Qi, and those at the 5th layer of true Qi were considered above average. As for those at the 6th layer of true Qi, they were tyrannical in the crowd, and Qin Feng was able to kill those at the 7th layer of true Qi. He could look down on everyone present. Everyone was stunned by his strength. More than half of them didn't even see how he made his move. Under the might of the fire blade, the 4 life and death gate disciples were already trembling in fear. Yan Dan's heart was already filled with fear, but his arm had already been severed. How could he swallow this resentment? Why you dared to be so ruthless? Are you really not afraid of the life and death gate's revenge? Yan Dan knew that he wasn't Qin Feng's match, so he could only use the name of the life and death gate to suppress him. Qin Feng found it funny. Not long ago, he personally killed the life and death gate elder Yan Sheng at the entrance of distant Ice City. If he didn't know where the life and death gate was, he would have killed his way there and destroyed the entire sect. You gutless guy! Why don't you tell me the address of the life and death gate? I want to kill my way there too. Qin Feng said calmly, but it caused a commotion in the crowd. Yan Dan was shocked by Qin Feng's arrogance and was angered to death by the way Qin Feng addressed him. You have guts, brat. Do you dare to say your name? The life and death gate will definitely find you again. Yan Dan planned to run away. Qin Feng didn't care at all. Recently, he was building up the reputation of Immortal Spirit City. As long as more people knew about Immortal Spirit City, Zhao Lingxian would have a chance to hear the name of the city. Now that the Science and Technology exhibition had gathered disciples from various sects, it was the best time to promote Immortal Spirit City. I'm Qiao Feng, an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Spirit sect. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed. Immortal Spirit City had been in the limelight recently. So this young hero is from the Immortal Spirit sect. I heard that the Immortal Spirit sect is very powerful. They've conquered distant Ice City and Meteor City and unified them into Immortal Spirit City. That young hero is only in his early 20s, yet his skills are so impressive. Furthermore, he's just an ordinary disciple of the Spiritual Immortal Sect. The Spiritual Immortal Sect is going to defy the heavens. Immortal Spirit City, Immortal Spirit Sect. These are all names that popped up out of nowhere. I wonder which powerful sacred sect it was before. Yan Dan withered when he heard Qin Feng's name. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would run into a disciple of the most mysterious sect in the Divine Land, the Celestial Spiritual Sect. Not long ago, Elder Yen Chongsheng of the Life and Death Sect had teamed up with He Daozhang of the Sky Cloud Sword to attack the distant Ice City. In the end, they were completely annihilated. After that, the sect leader of the Life and Death Sect ordered the disciples of the Life and Death Sect not to casually provoke the disciples of the Spiritual Immortal Sect. Yan Dan had violated a great taboo of the sect. So it's the young hero of the Spiritual Immortal Sect. I've offended you before. Please forgive me. Just a second ago, Yan Dan had a look of defiance on his face, but now he suddenly knelt on the ground. This action shocked the crowd. Hua Xiaojin was so nervous that her body was trembling. She felt like she was in a dream these past few days. There was a continuous stream of Sacred Gate disciples kowtowing to her. These were all high and mighty members of the Sacred Gate, but now they seemed to have turned into a group of wild dogs. Young Master Qiao, Hua Xiaojin, looked at Qin Feng pitifully. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Qin Feng shouted at Yan Dan, "Don't apologize to me. You just offended my servant. I'll only spare your dog life if she forgives you." Yan Dan had been humiliated in front of everyone. He was incomparably furious. However, under the suppression of Qin Feng's powerful skills and the mysterious spiritual immortal sect. He no longer had a shred of arrogance. Eldest Miss, this lowly one was wrong. This lowly one was careless when walking. This lowly one apologizes to Eldest Mississippi. I hope that Eldest Miss can spare this lowly one's dog life for the sake of survival. Yandan had completely put down his dignity. Hua Xiaojin was dumbstruck. She really wanted to slap herself. This must be a dream. Otherwise, why would that sacred gate disciple beg her like a dog? You can stop kowtowing. Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she couldn't speak coherently. Qin Feng hugged her in his arms and stroked her jade-like back to comfort her. Then he looked at Yandan and said, "You can scram now. Once I'm done with my matters, I'll personally make a trip to the life and death gate." Qin Feng actually wanted to kill Yandan and the others. He had long since formed a grudge with the life and death gate. However, Qin Feng had always been rational. The Science and Technology Museum was very powerful, and he didn't know who the owner was. If he killed people in their territory, the owner definitely wouldn't sit by and watch. Yandan and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They ran out of the Science and Technology Museum as if they were fleeing for their lives. Violet Cloud Mountain's junior sister Zi Yin was still in a daze. Not long ago, she thought that she had found a backer. In the end, they were so easily beaten away. Fights were common in Fire Beacon City. Soon, the crowd dispersed and continued to view the Science and Technology exhibition as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng had long since forgotten about Yandan and the others. However, Hua Xiaojin was still in a daze. Her frail body trembled uncontrollably in Qin Feng's arms. Ding, the Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Build a city of science and technology in the divine continent. Quest time limit, 1 year. If the quest is successfully completed, the system will reward you with 1 million Hedonist points and a lava-flying armor. If the quest is failed, 2 million Hedonist points will be deducted and all products from Star Technology will be taken back. The system's notification suddenly sounded. A new quest had arrived. After carefully looking through the quest, Qin Feng's brows furrowed. It was extremely difficult to build a city of science and technology in the divine continent. This was a holy land for cultivation. The customs and development of society were still stuck in ancient China. Moreover, the people of the Holy Gate knew about the existence of society in the outside world. If he built a city of science and technology without restraint, it would easily attract the attention of the Holy Gates. At that time, Qin Feng's identity would quickly be exposed. Moreover, the punishment for this quest was inhumane. He had to take back all of Star Technology's products. Qin Feng was able to survive in the divine continent until now because of the Star Technology's battle armor. "Young Master Qiao, what's wrong?" Hua Xiaojin could see that Qin Feng had something on his mind. Qin Feng hurriedly cast aside his worries about the quest and patted Hua Xiaojin's head with a smile. "Xiaojin, do you remember that I told you about my background?" Hua Xiaojin's eyes lit up. She lowered her voice and said, "I remember that young Master Qiao came from the outside world. Does this mean that everything in the Science and Technology Museum was transported from young Master Qiao's side?" Qin Feng nodded. "This is only a small portion of the technological products from the outside world. The large cabinet that you saw earlier that can freeze things is called a refrigerator over there. It's an invention that relies on the principle of refrigeration. It needs power, otherwise it's useless. And that shiny thing is called an electric light. The lighting outside is all electric light, and it's as bright at night as it is in the day. Many big cities never sleep, and they're even more bustling and lively at night. And that huge screen is an LCD television. After plugging it in, it needs to be connected to the internet to watch it. There shouldn't be any internet here, so the television is just a decoration. That cell phone is the same. Without internet, it's impossible to make calls." Qin Feng introduced the items on display one by one. Hua Xiaojin's eyes saw stars as she listened. She couldn't wait to go to the city Qin Feng lived in right now and take a look. Young Master Qiao, what's that big metal block over there? Hua Xiaojin looked curiously at the two cars in the corner. That's a car. It can run after refueling. It's the same function as the horses over here. It's a means of transportation. However, cars are very fast, and normal horses can't catch up at all. Hua Xiaojin's small mouth gaped. That's amazing. Can that car outrun young Master Qiao's Fergana horse? Qin Feng's flaming dragon horse wasn't something a normal horse could compare to. He thought for a moment and said, "What car? If my sports cars run at full speed, they can catch up to flaming dragon horse." Hua Xiaojin exclaimed once again. She'd ridden on flaming dragon horse before, so she knew the speed of that Fergana horse. Seeing her adorable appearance, Qin Feng couldn't help but pinch her charming cheeks a few times. Actually, a car isn't much. There's also an airplane outside. It's also a means of transportation, and it can fly into the sky. This was the first time Qin Feng felt that high-tech products were so high-end. Any one of them could be used to show off in China. Hua Xiaojin was completely dumbfounded. She knew that there were people in China who could fly, and they were all at the level of the Holy Gate's great elder or even sect leader. However, she didn't expect that there were people in the outside world who could fly. Hua Xiaojin really wanted to fly. "Xiaojin, when there's a chance, Master will let you fly into the sky. You'll feel so good." Qin Feng saw Hua Xiaojin's expectant expression and smiled as he rubbed her head. Hua Xiaojin nodded her head forcefully, but her face suddenly turned red. Qin Feng's words were a little ambiguous, and Hua Xiaojin's thoughts immediately went astray. After roughly looking around the Science and Technology Museum, a group of people walked out of the hall. These people weren't dressed in long robes like the people of China. They were all wearing well-ironed suits, and two of the women were wearing fashionable short skirts and polo shirts. "Wow, it's Master Lei. It's about time. It looks like tonight's Science and Technology exhibition will officially start. I wonder what the finale of this year's Science and Technology exhibition will be. That airplane from last year was really fierce. Unfortunately, it was bought by the people from the Poison Sect." As this group of fashionable people walked out, the crowd in the hall immediately burst into an uproar. More than half of the people in the hall were Holy Gate disciples. They had prominent positions, but they were very respectful toward Master Lei. They even seemed to be a little afraid of him. Master Lei walked at the very front. He was in his early 50s, but there were no true energy waves on his body. It seemed like he hadn't even stepped into the martial path. "Young Master Qiao, that person seems very powerful." Hua Xiaojin grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's shirt and hid behind him. Master Lei had already walked to the center of the crowd. With a microphone on his collar, he said, "Thank you, friends, for coming from afar to participate in this old man's Science and Technology exhibition. This year's exhibition is the same as the previous years. All the products on display can be auctioned. At the end, there's also a special product that will definitely make your trip worthwhile." Chapter 1402. After asking He Chun, Qin Feng found out that this hall Master Lei's name was Lei Wanzhong, and he suddenly appeared in Fire Beacon City 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he built this Science and Technology Museum in Fire Beacon City and held the first Science and Technology exhibition. Since then, Hall Master Lei became famous in the Divine Continent, and every year, the Science and Technology exhibition would attract a large number of Sacred Gate disciples to visit. Qin Feng was slightly puzzled. Lei Wanzhong Science and Technology Museum only exhibited foreign products, so it was obvious that they were obtained from the Huaxia secular world. However, the Death Gates formation only loosened once every 20 years. So how did Lei Wanzhong enter and exit the Divine Continent and the Huaxia secular world? If it wasn't a piece of technology from the secular world, could it be that it was a product of its own making? All right, I won't waste any more time. I now announce the official start of the third Science and Technology exhibition. Everyone, feel free to look around. If there are any products that you like, you can find the staff of the Science and Technology Museum to purchase them. After Lei Wanzhong finished his opening speech, the entire hall was in an uproar. Many people already had their eyes on the products that they liked and went to bid for them. Hua Xiaojin was frightened by the scene of everyone frantically fighting over the products. She tightly grabbed onto Qin Feng's clothes as if she was afraid of getting lost. "Brother, can you please introduce this big toy to me?" A large group of people gathered in front of the LCD TV. Most of these Sacred Gate disciples didn't know anything about science and technology, so they only wanted to buy the big ones. As for the small gadgets like the flashlight and the razor, very few people bought them. What effect could such small things have? The staff of the Science and Technology Museum started to introduce. Everyone really has a good eye. This 58-inch super-large LCD TV is an incredible treasure. The man was interrupted just as he opened his mouth. "Wait, little brother, what do you think this is?" "What 58-inch chicken spirit?" This was the first time everyone heard of an LCD TV, so they were all confused. The sales assistant rolled her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Hero, it's not a 58-inch chicken spirit, it's a 58-inch LCD TV. I don't know what chicken spirit or LCD TV is. Why don't you tell me what this big guy does? Can it fly to the sky?" The crowd was full of questions. In the previous Science and Technology exhibition, the Poison sect managed to bid for a plane that could allow several people to fly into the sky. That plane made everyone extremely envious. Even the sect masters of the various sacred sects were amazed in their hearts. This time, all the Sacred Gate disciples who came here wanted to get a plane back. Other than the few great elders and the sect leader, there were very few disciples in the divine great land who could fly with a flying sword. The shopping guide seemed to have come from the outside world. He was rendered speechless by these warriors of the divine land. This was just a TV. How could it go up to the sky? However, he maintained a professional smile on his face and patiently bluffed. "Everyone, don't be impatient. This 58-inch LCD TV can't fly, but its functions are incredible. It's even more powerful than flying. There are 300 sets of martial arts manuals in there, and all of them are video tutorials. Whoever gets their hands on this will definitely become a martial saint after a year of hard work." This shop assistant had no true chi in his body, so he was just an ant on the path of martial arts. However, his glib tongue was really amazing, and he immediately fooled a group of Sacred Gate experts. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. There were 300 sets of martial arts manuals in this big guy. "Brother Lei Shan, don't talk nonsense. How can there be 300 sets of martial arts manuals? I'm afraid there are less than 300 Sacred Gates in the divine land." Someone raised his doubts. The shop assistant's name was written on the chest plate of his suit. It was Lei Shan. "Why would I lie to everyone? Dojo Master Lei's Science and Technology Museum has been open for 3 years. When has there ever been a problem with its credibility? If everyone doesn't believe me, I can show you," Lei Shan said as he turned on the TV. The group of Sacred Gate disciples stared at the LCD screen without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. Hua Xiaojin was also attracted, but she had a face full of doubt. "Young Master Chiao, didn't you say that the TV can't be used here?" Qin Feng was puzzled. There was no internet or wireless in the divine land, so how could it play a TV? However, he quickly guessed that this LCD TV had probably downloaded many videos and could play them as long as the electricity was turned on. However, he couldn't figure out another thing. Wasn't this just a lousy TV? How could there be 300 sets of martial arts manuals in it? Soon, the scene and sound came from the TV, scaring the group of Sacred Gate disciples into taking a few steps back. "Who is it? What are they doing hiding in there? Brother Lei Shan, what's going on? Are there 2 groups of people fighting inside?" "Young Master Chiao, I'm a little scared. The people of the Divine Land had never seen a TV before. They were shocked by this technological product. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The TV was showing Zhou Xingxing's comedy kung fu masterpiece. At this time, it was showing the battle between Zhou Xingxing and the fire cloud heretic god. Zhou Xingxing soared into the sky, and a Buddha's palm descended from the sky. The group of Sacred Gate disciples was dumbstruck. Damn, that little brother is too powerful. What realm is he in? He stepped into the 8th stage of true Qi at such a young age. The power of that palm could probably eliminate a row of 6th-stage true Qi experts. Why didn't the aura of those experts come out? It feels like they are right in front of us, but they can't be touched. I know, they must have set up a barrier formation. Those two are really powerful experts. The crowd surrounding the 58-inch LCD TV grew. Everyone's expression was grave. They stood more than 10 meters away from the TV with vigilant expressions, as if the TV was full of danger. Qin Feng was about to cry from laughing, but he saw Lei Shan suddenly change the video. This time, it was the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. In the next 10 minutes, Lei Shan changed the video every 2 minutes. Every video was an exciting fight scene, from Kung Fu to the Heaven Sword and then to the smiling proud wanderer, demigods and semi-devils, wind and cloud dominating the world. The crowd was dumbstruck. Many people were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Lei Shan turned off the TV just as the show was about to start. The picture and sound suddenly disappeared. Brother Lei Shan, why is it gone? Oh my God, those were all experts above the 6th stage of true Qi. There are 20 to 30 experts in total. Where did they come from? Why haven't I seen any of them in the Divine Land? This big guy is amazing. It's really a treasure. The crowd started to discuss again. Lei Shan held back his laughter and said, seriously, heroes, you've all seen this 58-inch LCD TV. I've said that there are 300 secret techniques inside, and they're all taught on the spot. Just now, I only played 20 or so secret techniques. Now we can start the auction. The starting price is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as Lei Shan's voice fell, the crowd erupted. The Sacred Gate disciples fought to bid for the LCD TV. This was a treasure that hid 300 secret techniques. It was an unimaginable existence. Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out. He finally understood Lei Shan's trick. This kind of retarded scam could only fool the Sacred Gate disciples in the Divine Land. If it was used in the Huaxia secular world, Lei Shan would be sent to the mental hospital in minutes. Young Master Qiao, that thing is so powerful. Don't you want it? Hua Xiaojin was deeply attracted by the LCD TV. She knew Qin Feng was also a cultivator, so he definitely needed powerful secret techniques. That guy is lying. Just ignore them. Qin Feng patted Hua Xiaojin's head. Realization dawned on Hua Xiaojin. If Qin Feng said it was a lie, then she believed it 100%. However, the crowd in the Divine Land believed it. In just 3 minutes, the starting price of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones had risen to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng realized that the Sacred Gate disciples in the Divine Land were all nouveau riches. They had a frightening amount of spirit stones. When he was in the Huaxia secular world, he had deliberately collected spirit stones to forge the cosmic flying sword. However, he only managed to collect a little over 1,000 spirit stones, and most of them were medium and low-grade spirit stones. After walking around, Qin Feng realized that not only was the LCD TV being auctioned off fiercely, the other big items were also being fought over by the crowd. Moreover, these Holy Gate disciples did not only use spirit stones to bid for the items. Some even used spirit weapons, spirit pills, and even secret manuals to exchange for the items. With this kind of auction, the owner of the Science and Technology Museum would earn a fortune in one day. Involuntarily, Qin Feng recalled the mission of building a science and technology city issued by the system. He began to feel restless. If he could build the first science and technology city in the Divine Land, he would not have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. The LCD TV had already been auctioned off to a Xingshan Grand Elder with 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and 2 blue-grade spiritual swords. At this point, the other Sacred Gate disciples who failed in the auction side. The Xingshan Grand Elder hugged the 58-inch LCD TV and roared into the sky. He looked as if he had obtained a treasure. Qin Feng was amused. A lousy TV was sold for 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and 2 blue-grade spiritual swords. He wondered if the Xingshan Grand Elder would die of anger when he found out about this. However, the science and technology exhibition was still going on. The Sacred Gate disciples who came from various cities were extremely excited. They were as excited as aunties who went to a gold shop to buy gold bars. "Master, are you not interested in anything?" Hua Xiaojin asked when she saw that Qin Feng did not move. "This room is full of trash. I have a lot of them in the outside world. You want me to exchange spirit stones and cultivation resources for these lousy things, unless I'm crazy." Qin Feng's words made Hua Xiaojin stick out her tongue. She felt that young Master Qiao was not an ordinary person. More than half of the people in the auction were Sacred Gate disciples, but young Master Qiao said that they were all crazy. The most people gathered in the corner of the hall. There were 2 cars parked there. After Lei Shan sold the 58-inch LCD TV, he went to promote the 2 cars and fooled the Sacred Gate disciples. "Little brother Lei Shan, what are these 2 big guys?" Chapter 1403. Heroes, these 2 items are incredible. They are called super-flying war cars. Qin Feng spurted out his saliva as soon as he heard the name. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, he saw that the group of Holy Gate disciples had serious expressions. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the 2 cars. In reality, these Holy Gate disciples were not stupid. It was just that they had never been to the outside world and had never seen the items displayed in the Science and Technology Museum. As for the disciples that came out of seclusion to Huaxia not long ago, they wouldn't come to visit the Science and Technology Museum. They had already been to Huaxia's secular world, so they didn't have the time to waste here. And this Science and Technology Museum of Fire Beacon City was also smart. There were internal personnel guarding the entrance and only allowed people who had never been to the outside world. As for the disciples that came out of seclusion, they were not allowed in at all. The excuse was that the Science and Technology Museum was too small and was only open to people who had never seen technology before. Lei Shan was still vigorously bragging about the 2 cars on the stage, while the crowd kept asking questions. "Brother Lei Shan, we don't understand what you're saying. Just get to the point. What are the uses of these 2 big guys?" A few disciples couldn't hold it anymore. Lei Shan purposely paused for a moment to whet the crowd's appetite. "Heroes, don't be anxious. Since they are products of our Science and Technology Museum, then they are all super practical treasures. These 2 super flying war cars are incredible. They are transportation tools." As soon as he finished speaking, many people started to complain. "What? So they are 2 transportation tools. What do we need them for? We can just ride horses instead of transportation." Transportation tools clearly couldn't attract these Holy Gate disciples. But Lei Shan wasn't anxious. He unhurriedly said, "Heroes, if they were normal transportation tools, why would our master bring them out? Isn't that cheating people? These 2 super-flying war cars are very powerful. Normal horses can't keep up with their speed. Let me put it this way. When these 2 super-flying war cars move at full speed, their speed is comparable to that of a rank 6 true Qi expert. Moreover, as long as there is enough energy, the cars can maintain this speed." The complaints stopped and were replaced by exclamations. The speed of a rank 6 true Qi expert wasn't slow. Normal horses that could run at rank 2 true Qi were already incredible. Most importantly, if those disciples below the 6th layer of true Qi possessed a car, if they encountered an enemy at the 6th layer of true Qi, They could absolutely use the car to escape. This was a life-saving treasure. Quite a few people became excited, and they seemed determined to win the super-flying war chariot. Qin Feng had some doubts in his heart. This car had to be powered by gasoline, and Qin Feng was sure that these two cars didn't run on electricity. They both ran on gasoline. However, where could he find gasoline in the divine great land? If he bought this car, it would become a pile of scrap metal. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard someone ask this question. "Brother Lei Shan, what's the energy supply for this super speedy chariot?" Lei Shan said, "You don't have to worry about the energy. These two super flying chariots are powered by gasoline in the outside world, but they have been modified by our great master Lei. Now, their energy system is spiritual energy. As long as you put in a top-grade spirit stone, it will be enough for them to run day and night for a month." Everyone relaxed. They didn't have to worry about the energy problem. However, Qin Feng was astonished. These two cars could be powered by spirit stones? He quickly looked at the electric lights on the ceiling of the house. He didn't pay attention to these problems before. The house was brightly lit. So what were those light bulbs using to generate electricity? Qin Feng didn't believe that the divine great land still had a generator and power generation system. Lei Shan's voice sounded in his ear. The auction for the two super speedy chariots had already begun. The starting price was 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The crowd was boiling, and they fought to be the first to bid for the cars. Qin Feng ignored these idiots and pulled Hua Xiaojin to a corner where there was no one else. The items on display were all small items such as razors, table lamps, flashlights, lighters, and the like. These items wouldn't be able to attract the attention of the Holy Gate's disciples. They could easily start a fire with a fireball. "Young hero, do you have any items that you like?" A beautiful shopping guide wearing a short skirt and fashionable clothing came up to them. Hua Xiaojin stared at the shopping guide's long legs a few times and felt embarrassed for her. She thought that this woman was definitely not a decent person. How could she run out without even wearing pants? If Qin Feng knew what Hua Xiaojin was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be amused. He glanced at the display rack and randomly picked up an item. "What is this?" Qin Feng asked. He really hadn't seen the item in his hand before. The shopping guide's charming face was slightly red, but she quickly said, "Young hero, this is a breast enhancement product from the outside world. You can buy it for your wife to use." The shopping guide mistakenly thought that Hua Xiaojin was Qin Feng's wife. Qin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that he would pick a breast enhancement product. Hua Xiaojin's face was already flushed red. She thought that the outside world was too strange. How could there be people producing such a shameless product? Qin Feng didn't care about this. The reason why he came here to choose items was to figure out how the Science and Technology Museum's electricity was supplied. "Very good. I really like this item." Qin Feng nodded and said. Hua Xiaojin almost ran away in fright. She hurriedly pulled on the corner of Qin Feng's clothes and whispered in his ear, "Young Master Qiao, W, why did you buy this?" Qin Feng casually said, "Of course it's for you. Why else would I use it?" Hua Xiaojin didn't expect young Master Qiao to be so open and say such things in public. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the shopping guide. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Young Master Qiao, I am big enough there." Qin Feng almost burst out laughing. He couldn't help but glance at Hua Xiaojin's collar. This action was discovered by Hua Xiaojin, and she was so embarrassed that her little face was about to drip water. What woman doesn't like that part of her is big? Isn't it better if it's bigger? Qin Feng looked at the shopping guide and continued, "How much is this thing?" "These items aren't expensive. You can give me 100 high-grade spirit stones." Qin Feng secretly cursed the Science and Technology Museum for being black-hearted. A lousy breast enhancement device dared to ask for 100 high-grade spirit stones? However, he quickly smiled and said, "It's indeed very cheap. Then teach me how to use it." The shopping guide was also very shrewd. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry, young hero. Master Lei has a rule that we will only tell you how to use it after you pay first." Qin Feng originally wanted to get something for nothing. After he figured out how the Science and Technology Museum worked, he would say that he didn't want to buy it. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to trick her. Qin Feng had no choice but to reluctantly take out 100 high-grade spirit stones. This was all the savings he had in the Emerald Spirit Ring. Originally, he planned to keep it to forge the Golden Rock Celestial Venerable Armor. Now, he had to think of a way to get more spirit stones and other materials. After paying the spirit stones, the shopping guide started to teach Qin Feng how to use it. Qin Feng naturally knew how to use these gadgets, but he pretended that it was his first time and listened patiently. "That's right. How does this thing work? Does it need energy to support it? It won't break after using it, right?" Qin Feng asked and got to the point. "Young hero, don't worry. The quality of these technological products is very good. They're all branded products from the outside world. If you follow my instructions, it won't be a problem for you to use it for 5 to 8 years. As for the energy supply, you don't have to worry about it. All the technological products in our Science and Technology Museum rely on spiritual energy as their energy supply. For this gadget you bought, 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough to last a lifetime." Qin Feng was surprised. This breast enhancement device wasn't plugged in with batteries, nor was it charged. It was actually powered by spiritual energy. He secretly channeled his true qi into it and realized that the 2 massagers were really working. "Hua!" Xiaojin screamed in shock. She couldn't help but think of the scene when the 2 massagers were pressed against her chest. "Xiaojin, are you okay?" Qin Feng looked at her worriedly. Hua Xiaojin's neck turned red. She didn't know why Qin Feng insisted on buying this. Was it really because she was too small? And young Master Qiao didn't push her down. Was it because she was too small? But Hua Xiaojin truly felt that she wasn't small anymore. "I am fine," Hua Xiaojin said shyly. Qin Feng also couldn't understand Hua Xiaojin's thoughts. At this time, his thoughts were on the problem of the Science and Technology Museum's energy supply. He pulled Hua Xiaojin to a corner where there was no one. Qin Feng disassembled the breast enhancement device and studied it. He quickly discovered something strange. This machine's interior had clearly been modified. The wiring was removed and connected with a strange little device. Qin Feng placed a low-grade spirit stone inside. He discovered that the spiritual energy in the spirit stone automatically entered the little device and started the machine. See, young Master Qiao, Hua Xiaojin didn't know what to say when she saw Qin Feng loving the breast enhancement device so much. Qin Feng came back to his senses. He realized that the Science and Technology Museum's master, Lei, wasn't a simple person. Not only could he bring technological products from the outside world into China, but he also changed the energy of these products into spiritual energy. "Xiaojin, keep this thing. Massage it when you're free." Qin Feng casually threw the breast enhancement device to Hua Xiaojin. He didn't really want to buy this thing, but since he had already bought it, it was just right for Hua Xiaojin to use. Hua Xiaojin's hand holding the device was trembling. She clearly misunderstood Qin Feng. She thought that young Master Qiao really disliked her because she was too small. The auction in the Science and Technology Museum was still going on. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin were both in a daze. Hua Xiaojin felt a little sad. She glanced at her chest from time to time. Qin Feng was thinking about the Science and Technology Museum when Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Master, a system has been detected nearby." Qin Feng suddenly became nervous. His eyes quickly swept across the crowd. He had encountered 4 system owners in the Huaxia secular world. He had subdued Shui Air's Supreme Superstar System and Dragon God's Supreme Peace System, and he had devoured Hua Xiao's supreme mecha system. Ling Jiutian also had a system, but Qin Feng couldn't see through his system. Chapter 1404. Qin Feng hadn't been in China for long. He had concealed his identity and was wanted by all the sacred sects. It was difficult for him to move forward. He didn't expect to meet the owner of the system at a time like this. Actually, Qin Feng would rather meet a true Qi Stage 8 or even Stage 9 powerhouses than fight the owner of the system. He also had a system and knew how powerful it was. Can you find out the location of the owner of the system and what system he has? Qin Feng asked hurriedly. Little Pig said, no, Master. The owner of the system has the same system level as Master. You can only sense each other's existence, but you can't know who the other is or what system he has. Qin Feng had obtained the Hedonist sovereign system for almost 2 years. During this time, he had been working hard to complete missions and had risen to the level of a rank 7 hedonist mortal. Just like that, he went from a powerless hedonist young master to the number 1 person in China's secular world. It was obvious that the owner of the system was very powerful. At the same time, Qin Feng thought of something else. When he was attacking Hua Xiao, the owner of the Paragon mecha system, in the Nigerian region of South Africa, Ling Jiutian had appeared halfway. He could sense Qin Feng's system, but Qin Feng could not sense his own system. From the looks of it, Ling Jiutian's system level was probably even higher than Qin Feng's. Qin Feng thought of the battle with the Spirit Beast sect in Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng defeated Ling Jiutian, but Ling Jiutian's system level was higher than his. How could he lose? Could it be that he didn't use his trump card? Or did he lose to him on purpose? One question after another appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He couldn't figure it out for a while, but he realized that he had fallen into a big picture. It seemed that this trip to China was set up by someone, Master, according to the system's location. I can only confirm that the owner of the system is within a 1-kilometer radius. Little Pig's voice sounded again. Qin Feng shook his head. A 1-kilometer radius was too big. There were thousands of people gathered in the Science and Technology Museum. How could it be easy to find out who the owner of the system was? No, Master Lei is very suspicious. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Little Pig said, I also have my suspicions, Master Lei. The energy supply of this Science and Technology Museum is very strange. To be able to transform the technological products of the Chinese secular world to use spiritual energy as an energy source, this is not something that ordinary people can do. Qin Feng finally had a rough idea of where to go. He was already looking for Lei Wanzhong in the crowd. That guy was walking back and forth in the hall, introducing the effects of different technological products from time to time. After some observation, Qin Feng realized that Lei Wanzhong had never cultivated before. Was this guy really the owner of a system? As time ticked by, Qin Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. Suddenly, Hua Xiaozhen's voice, as soft as a mosquito, reached his ears. Young Master Qiao, can you accompany me to the restroom? Qin Feng froze for a moment before coming back to his senses. Are you in a hurry to pee? Hua Xiaozhen's face turned red. She didn't know what was going on. No, seeing that she was bashful and couldn't say anything, Qin Feng simply pulled her to the restroom. When they got there, Qin Feng discovered that the restrooms in the Science and Technology Museum were built in the style of the outside world. Hua Xiaozhen was dumbfounded. Young Master Qiao, where is this place? How do I use this place? Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After confirming that there was no one in the ladies' restroom, he pulled Hua Xiaozhen into a stall. Go to the restroom. I'll guard the door and won't peek. The stall in the restroom was relatively empty. Qin Feng stood at the door with his back facing Hua Xiaozhen. Hua Xiaozhen wasn't there to use the restroom. She just stared dumbly at the toilet bowl, feeling a bit confused. Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant doesn't want to use the restroom. Sit on the chair first When Qin Feng heard Hua Xiaojin say the toilet bowl was a chair, he almost laughed out loud. Xiaojin, what are you doing here instead of using the restroom? Hua Xiaojin held the breast enhancement device in her hand. She fidgeted for a while before mustering the courage to say, I don't know how to use it. Young Master Qiao, please teach me. When Hua Xiaojin was in a daze, she kept thinking about the size of her breasts. In the end, she made up her mind to enhance her breasts. Since young Master Qiao liked big ones, she had to satisfy his preferences. Just as she finished speaking, he saw that Hua Xiaojin had already started to take off her clothes. When Qin Feng came back to his senses, this girl's top was already off. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Hua Xiaojin's figure was indescribably good. Hua Xiaojin lowered her head shyly. Her hand, holding the machine, trembled. Young Master Qiao, how do I use it? Qin Feng really wanted to cry from laughing. He bought the breast enhancement device to study the energy problem. He didn't think that Hua Xiaojin would take it seriously. However, looking at her perfect figure, Qin Feng couldn't control himself. He walked over and turned on the power button. The sound of the machine came. Qin Feng hadn't heard this kind of sound in China for a long time. He felt a bit embarrassed, but he pretended nothing had happened and held the machine up. Ah, young Master Qiao, why is this thing so strange? Hua Xiaojin suddenly yelled. She was so scared that she sat on the toilet bowl. Qin Feng handed the machine to her and said, Just massage it like I did earlier. Hua Xiaojin held the machine dumbly and did as Qin Feng said. Qin Feng stood to the side and watched until he was about to go crazy. However, he endured it. He really didn't want to bully this silly girl. After 10 minutes, Hua Xiaojin was already playing with the massager. She even smiled at Qin Feng with a proud expression. Young Master Qiao, is this correct? Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at her. Yes, put on your clothes first. You can massage before you sleep. Hua Xiaojin obediently turned off the massager and put on her clothes in front of Qin Feng. She didn't mind being seen naked. She had long since decided that she was Qin Feng's woman. Moreover, she would only be Qin Feng's personal servant for the rest of her life. When the two of them walked out of the restroom, the Science and Technology Museum's lobby was even more lively than before. Everyone surrounded the round stage. It seemed like they were about to start bidding for the finale product of this year's Science and Technology exhibition. Lei Wanzhong stood on the stage and spoke into the microphone. Dear friends, the products of this year's Science and Technology exhibition have been auctioned off. Next, we'll auction the treasure of the Science and Technology Museum. I can guarantee that the treasure this time isn't inferior to the plane that the Poison Sect Elder won last year. It might even be more amazing. Once he said this, the audience below the stage erupted in cheers. Qin Feng had already pulled Hua Xiaojin into the crowd. He was also quite excited to see what Lei Wanzhong's so-called final product was. Lei Wanzhong clapped his hands. A few of his subordinates had already pushed out a small display cart. The display cart was covered with a black cloth, so no one could see what was inside. Master Lei, what exactly is this? Why did you push out a display cart? Could it be that it's not a treasure? I can already feel that the item under the black cloth is very amazing. I'm so excited right now. The crowd was in an uproar. Lei Wanzhong's face was full of smiles when he saw the fiery atmosphere. He walked to the side of the display cart and suddenly pulled the black cloth away. The crowd instantly cried out in surprise. Actually, they didn't understand what was on the display cart. They just felt that this was the time to scream. Wow! Young Master Qiao, what's on the display cart? Hua Xiaojin also cried out in surprise. Qin Feng's expression became slightly serious. It's a firearm from the outside world. Ah? Firearm? What's that? Hua Xiaojin clearly didn't understand. Qin Feng didn't say anything more. He looked at the display cart that was filled with firearms and ammunition. There were even bombs and small cannons. Master Lei, what exactly is this? What's its use? The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. Lei Wanzhong didn't explain. He chuckled as he picked up a submachine gun, loaded it, and fired at the roof. Ta-ta-ta! Dozens of bullets were emptied in a few seconds. A few chandeliers on the ceiling shattered and fell, leaving behind many bullet holes. The originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down. The crowd of Holy Gate disciples was dumbstruck. What kind of weapon was this? Wasn't it a bit too fierce? Friends, these are all firearms from the outside world. They are very powerful. Martial artists below the 4th stage of true Qi can very well withstand the attacks of these weapons. Lei Wanzhong's words shocked everyone. Although martial artists at the 4th stage of true Qi were as numerous as dogs in the divine continent, they still needed to cultivate bitterly to step into the 4th stage. Now, a random firearm could kill a powerful martial artist at the 4th stage of true Qi? This was too nonsensical. Master Lei, the weapon you used just now was indeed fierce, but you're underestimating a martial artist at the 4th stage of true Qi. I'm an ordinary disciple of the northern clan, Fongjing, and I'm at the 4th stage of true Qi. I'm confident that I can block the attack of the weapon in your hand. A young and frivolous disciple jumped out, but Lei Wanzhong didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, "This little brother is right. This is a submachine gun in my hand. It's indeed difficult to kill a true Qi realm martial artist with just this weapon. However, the next few guns are incredible. This is a new type of laser gun. Its firing speed is fast and powerful. Let me show it to everyone first." Lei Wanzhong grabbed a dazzling laser gun and fired a shot at the roof. A red ray of light shot out, instantly piercing a hole in the roof. Rumble! A lot of rubble and tiles fell down. The commotion caused by the shot was so huge that many Holy Gate disciples cried out in fear. This attack is comparable to the attack of a martial artist at the 5th stage of true Qi, right? That ray of light is so fast. If you're not careful, you won't be able to dodge it. This weapon is amazing. How many spirit stones are you selling it for? Bullet-type firearms couldn't attract these Holy Gate disciples, but laser guns were still very powerful. Chapter 1405. Hua Xiaojin had long been scared silly by the power of the laser gun. She thought that if an enemy used this gun against young Master Qiao, would he be able to survive? "Qiao, young Master Qiao, let's go." Hua Xiaojin didn't want to stay here anymore. She was afraid that something would happen to Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't leave now. He hugged Hua Xiaojin in his arms and comforted her. The power of the laser gun completely aroused everyone's interest. Seeing that there were so many strange things on the small exhibition cart, the group of Sacred Gate disciples could no longer remain calm. "Dojo Master Lei, what's that fist-sized thing?" Lei Wanzhong had a faint smile on his face. "This is a grenade from the outside world. Don't be fooled by its small size. Its power is not small at all. Everyone make way, I'll show you guys." Even Dojo Master Lei couldn't say anything. It must be something very powerful. The crowd immediately made way for a golden path. They even put on a vigilant expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. Lei Wanzhong picked up the grenade and threw it out the door. Just when everyone was wondering why there was no movement, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. The 2 large metal doors fell to the ground, causing the hall to shake violently. "Phut! Isn't this little guy's power too fierce?" This is the attack of a true Qi stage 6 expert. It's indeed powerful, but it also has a fatal flaw. This thing's attack time is a bit slow. By the time it attacks, the enemy will have already disappeared. "Dojo Master Lei, what other treasures do you have? Please show them to everyone." The crowd in the hall became more and more excited. They realized that this year's hidden treasures were indeed amazing. Lei Wanzhong displayed the firearms from the outside world. Most of them were ammunition firearms, but there were also a few laser weapons that were about the same level as the laser gun. When the cannonball fired from the small cannon blew up an empty space 100 meters away, the group of Sacred Gate disciples were truly stunned. The ammunition, firearms, and even laser guns in front of them were all good. Although they were powerful, they were unable to threaten the lives of these true Qi realm experts. Even if they couldn't beat them, it was still easy for them to escape. However, the power of these cannonball firearms was too great. The explosion instantly spread to a radius of 10 meters. If they didn't dodge in time, they would definitely be injured by the aftershock of the airflow. After the display, Lei Wanzhong chuckled and said, "Ha ha! Heroes, now that you've seen these treasures, let's start the auction. We'll start with these submachine guns in the ammunition category." Many people were still in a daze, but there was also a group of people who had already started bidding in full swing. The starting price of the submachine gun was 500 spirit stones and 500 bullets. Qin Feng specially observed these ammunition-type firearms and found that they had not been modified. "Hall Master Lei, I offer 1,000 upper spiritual stones, 1,200 spiritual stones, and a grade 4 spirit pill." Soul Saber's Qian Sui, do you want to fight with me? Do you think the Northern Clan is afraid of you? I, Feng Xian, will fight you to the death. 1,500 spiritual stones and an orange-grade spiritual weapon. The auction was abnormally intense, and in the end it became an irrational battle. A submachine gun was nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. Even in the eyes of the Holy Gates disciples in China, the starting price of 500 high-grade spiritual stones was considered very high. In the end, the final price was 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones and 2 orange-grade spiritual weapons. Naturally, Qin Feng wouldn't feel any heartache for those bidders. On the other hand, Lei Wanzhong was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Haha, the first treasure has successfully fallen into the hands of Soul Saber's disciple, Qian Sui. I have to kindly remind everyone that there are only so many technological products in this year's auction. If one is sold, there will be one less. Everyone, please seize the opportunity to bid for the grenade. Lei Wanzhong's words made the already irrational crowd even more crazy. There were a total of 30 grenades, and they were auctioned off at one go. The starting price was 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, even with such a high price, more than a dozen people bid at the same time. 6,000 high-grade spiritual stones, 6,500 high-grade spiritual stones, and a flaming fist martial skill book. 7,500 high-grade spiritual stones and 2 grade 4 spirit pills, and a blue-grade spiritual weapon. 1,250 high-grade spiritual stones, a low-grade cultivation method, a black-grade martial skill book, 3 blazing fire crystals. The auction price was about to break through the sky. The members of the Science and Technology Museum were all smiles. They planned to get a year's worth of cultivation resources in one day. Grenades were more practical, especially when experts were fighting. It was cool to have a few grenades on one's body and throw one when the enemy was not paying attention. It was the best weapon to show off and pick up girls. Qin Feng didn't care how high the price of the grenade was because he wasn't the one paying for it. However, his eyes lit up when he heard about the blazing fire crystal. It was one of the main materials to forge the Golden Rock Celestial Venerate armor. Qin Feng had unlocked the second immortal equipment in the out-of-print interface, the Golden Rock Celestial Venerate armor. The system had also issued a mission to forge the immortal armor. When he met his father, Gu Chen, at Devil Beast Mountain, he obtained the wings of the Golden Rock. Now, he still lacked the last 2 materials to forge the immortal armor. One was the Golden Rock, and the other was the blazing fire crystal. The one who bid for 12,500 high-grade spiritual stones and blazing fire crystal was Fang Yan, a young elder from Xingshan. One had to admit that Xingshan's disciples were really rich. The 58-inch LCD TV was bought by one of them. Now that Elder Fang Yan's price had reached a new high, No one else made a bid for a long time. Everyone, Elder Fang Yen from Xingshan has bid 12,500 high-grade spiritual stones and a lot of cultivation resources. Is there anyone who is willing to bid higher than Elder Fang Yen? When the auction for the grenades ends, there will be no more of them. Lei Wanzhong wanted to continue bluffing others. However, faced with such a high price, even if they were unwilling, they couldn't take out more spiritual stones and resources. Fang Yen shouted impatiently, "Hall Master Lei, there won't be anyone else who will bid higher than me. Hurry up and make the deal." Lei Wanzhong saw that it was about time and was about to make the final decision. However, a voice came from the crowd. "Wait, Elder Fang, are you sure you want to spend 12,500 high-grade spiritual stones and 3 blazing fire crystals to buy that pile of trash?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. That was 30 grenades, and each of them was extremely powerful. How could this guy say that it was trash? Even if it was trash, you can't say it in front of everyone. Isn't this a slap to Hall Master Lei's face? Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she almost knelt down when countless pairs of eyes stared at her. She couldn't understand it, and even suspected that young Master Qiao had lost his mind. "Brat, what are you talking about? How dare you cause trouble in the Science and Technology Museum? Do you believe that we will chase you out?" Several members of the Science and Technology Museum threatened Qin Feng with cold faces. Hall Master Lei waved his hand and laughed. "Hee hee. Everyone, please don't make a fuss. This is not the first day my Science and Technology Museum has been established. It has been around for 3 years and has never cheated anyone. No one has ever complained about being cheated. Young hero, I'm afraid that you don't understand the advanced technology here. So, please don't spout nonsense. Otherwise, I won't give you any face." Lei Wanzhong looked amiable, but a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Qin Feng pretended not to see it and ignored him. He said to Elder Fang Yen of Xingshan, "Elder Fang, instead of spending 12,500 high-grade spiritual stones and 3 blazing fire crystals to buy that pile of trash, why don't you buy one of my products? It's more powerful than that grenade, and it's cheaper as well. I can sell you 50 of them." The crowd was stunned. They couldn't understand what Qin Feng was trying to do. Fang Yen looked at Qin Feng cautiously and said, "You have a grenade too? Why are you selling it to me at such a low price? Are you trying to scam me?" The products in the Science and Technology Museum were guaranteed. If there were any problems, they could come to the Science and Technology Museum. However, Qin Feng had no reputation, so no one was optimistic about him. "Stinking brat, I think you're here to cause trouble. Men, arrest him!" a member of the Science and Technology Museum roared. Suddenly, more than 20 people rushed in from both inside and outside. These guards were all true Qi Realm experts. The strongest had stepped into true Qi Realm Stage 5. Hua Xiaojin was instantly surrounded by more than 20 people. She trembled in fear, but Qin Feng did not care about them at all. Before he even made a move, Lei Wanzhong's voice rang out. "Young hero, may I know which sect you are from?" Qin Feng said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Headmaster Lei, I'm Qiao Feng, an ordinary disciple of the Spiritual Immortal City's Spiritual Immortal Sect. I was ordered by sect leader Qiao Gong to visit the Science and Technology Museum. How did I offend Headmaster Lei? Are you really going to treat me like this? If the Spiritual Immortal Sect finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll lead to a battle." Before the Science and Technology exhibition officially started, Qin Feng had chased away Yan Dan and the other 3 from the Life and Death sect. His name was known by some people. However, there were many people who had only just heard of Qin Feng's name. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. That guy is from the Spiritual Immortal Sect? The Spiritual Immortal Sect that rose overnight? Which sect was the predecessor of the Spiritual Immortal Sect? It feels so mysterious. Everyone don't talk about him. Not long ago, that young hero chased away the people from the life and death sect. He even said that he was going to wipe out the life and death sect. I think this spiritual immortal sect is definitely not to be trifled with. Otherwise, how could they have taken down 2 cities in one go? Lei Wanzhong's expression suddenly became serious. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be from the spiritual immortal sect. Lei Wanzhong was unable to find out anything about the mysterious spirit's immortal sect that had risen overnight. He had originally wanted to break Qin Feng's leg and toss him out, but now it seemed like he really could not act rashly. Hee. So it's a young hero from the spiritual immortal sect. My Science and Technology Museum naturally welcomes you to visit. Lei Wanzhong suddenly laughed. However, halfway through his words, he changed the topic. However, the Science and Technology Museum has never been afraid of the various sacred sects of the divine continent. None of the sacred sect disciples that come to visit me cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't let them off easily. Chapter 1406. After finding out that Qin Feng was a disciple of the spiritual celestial sect, the people in the hall who had been clamoring earlier stopped talking and waited for Lei Wanzhong's instructions. Haha. I organized this science and technology exhibition to allow everyone to exchange technological products from the outside world. I didn't expect young Hero Qiao to have a technological product too. Then take it out and show everyone, Lei Wanzhong said with a smile. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time with Lei Wanzhong. He waved his hand, and a grenade suddenly appeared in his hand as if he was performing a magic trick. The crowd gasped as their gazes fell on Qin Feng's hand. The grenade in his hand was clearly cooler than the grenade in the Science and Technology Museum. It was obviously a high-end product. Young Hero Qiao, is this also a grenade? Elder Fang Yan from Xingshan couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng ignored Lei Wanzhong's shocked and angry expression and looked at Fang Yan. Elder Fang, this isn't an ordinary grenade. This is a super grenade. The crowd was in an uproar, and Fang Yan's eyes were wide open. It had to be said that naming was very important. Now that a super grenade had appeared, the grenade in the Science and Technology Museum immediately felt inferior. Holy crap! Super grenade? That must be very powerful. Young Hero Qiao, hurry up and show everyone the power of a super grenade. Many people anxiously urged. Lei Wanzhong stood to the side with a cold expression, but he didn't step out to stop Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just spent 300 hedonist points to buy this super grenade from the Star Technology interface. There were expensive and cheap items on the Star Technology interface. Super grenades, super pistols, super laser guns, and other similar items were not expensive because they were much weaker than the fire cloud cannons, wind and cloud mad demon cannons, and even the Black Dragon series of battle equipment. Qin Feng still remembered that Zhou Kai, Hao Yun, and Sima Tu had set up a Hongmen banquet in the Amethyst Dragon Palace in Acropolis City. At that time, he had killed Uncle Feng, and Zhang Biao had taken the blame for him. Lu Bingbing had brought a group of people to capture him, so he had bought a super sleeping gas grenade from Star Technology. The sleeping gas grenade only cost 200 hedonist points. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the hallway leading to the inner room. Qin Feng had thrown the super grenade out. The sound of the explosion was enormous, and the commotion was astonishing. The passageway was blasted beyond recognition. Bricks and tiles were scattered, and dust filled the air. It was a scene of ruins. The noisy hall suddenly quietened down, and the Holy Gate's disciples were dumbfounded. The power of this super hand grenade was 2 times stronger than the ordinary hand grenade in the Science and Technology Hall. Qiao, what are you doing? Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he jumped up. He glared at Qin Feng ferociously, as if he wanted to tear Qin Feng into pieces. Qin Feng smiled as if nothing had happened and said, Master Lei, I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to satisfy everyone's curiosity and demonstrate the power of the super grenade. Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he glared at him. Show off your power by throwing it out the door. Why did you blow up my science and technology museum? Of course. Qin Feng purposely threw the super hand grenade into the hallway. Right now, he had a mission to build a science and technology city, so he had to first destroy the Science and Technology Museum in Fire Beacon City. Yo, blame me for not thinking too much. I saw that there was no one there, so I threw it over, Qin Feng said indifferently. Lei Wanzhong and the people from the Science and Technology Hall were so angry that they surrounded Qin Feng. It seemed like they were ready to attack. However, the Holy Gate's disciples fought to get to Qin Feng's side. Elder Feng from Xingshan even grabbed 2 people from the Science and Technology Hall and threw them behind him. Hee, young hero Qiao, your super hand grenade is indeed powerful. If I remember correctly, you said you wanted to sell it to me? And it's cheaper than the ordinary hand grenades in the Science and Technology Hall? Feng Yan smiled with wrinkles all over his face. Qin Feng said, That's right, Elder Feng. That's what I said just now. How about this? I'll give you 50 super hand grenades, and we'll sell them at the price you just bid for the hand grenade in the Science and Technology Hall. Qin Feng had already calculated that 50 super hand grenades were only 15,000 hedonist points. However, Feng Yan had taken out 12,500 high-grade spirit stones and 3 blazing fire crystals. As for the other martial skills and cultivation methods, Qin Feng didn't care about them at all. The crowd suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, and then the hall exploded with noise. Fuck! Young hero Qiao, are you joking with me? Feng Yan suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Young hero Qiao is too generous. Also, where did he get those super hand grenades? He has 50 of them. Young hero Qiao, I'm willing to pay 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. You can ask for anything else. I'll satisfy you as long as it's within my means. I only hope that you can sell those 50 super hand grenades to me. Feng Xian, a disciple from the northern faction, shouted. Feng Yan's face instantly turned cold. He even unsheathed the sword at his waist. Feng Xian, what do you mean by this? Are you looking for trouble? Feng Xian threw caution to the wind when faced with 50 super hand grenades. He signaled his companions behind him with his eyes, and the 5 of them immediately surrounded Feng Yan. Elder Feng Yan, the highest bidder, gets the item in this auction. We're not targeting you. I hope you can understand, Feng Xian said. Understand my ass. Today I'll say this. If anyone tries to compete with me, they'll be going against me. Don't blame the sword in my hand for being blind. Xingshan and the people from the northern faction were about to fight. Many of them even retreated to make way for the fight. However, they heard Qin Feng's voice. Everyone, don't be anxious. I promised Elder Feng Yan those 50 super hand grenades. The rest of you should stop fighting. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng Xian and the others shook their heads and sighed. Qin Feng continued, However, I have more than 50 super hand grenades with me. I still have other technological products. After I'm done with Elder Feng Yan, we'll slowly auction them off. Qin Feng's words instantly caused a wave of cheers and screams. Everyone was looking forward to his other products. Moreover, Qin Feng's trustworthiness won everyone's praise. They started to believe in Qin Feng. The transaction with Feng Yan was quickly completed. Qin Feng gave him 50 super hand grenades and 12,500 high-grade spirit stones and 3 blazing fire crystals. Qin Feng stored all these items into the emerald spiritual ring. In China, this kind of spatial ring was not rare. Elder Feng Yan was wearing one. Young hero Qiao, hurry up and take out your other technological products. The Sacred Gate's disciples couldn't wait any longer after the transaction was completed. After Qin Feng obtained the blazing fire crystals, he only lacked one material, the golden chi. As long as he could get his hands on the golden chi, he could forge the golden rock celestial armor. Qiao, the Science and Technology Museum doesn't welcome you. If you know what's good for you, Get out of here. Lei Wanzhong roared in anger before Qin Feng could take out any more technological products. He had put in a lot of effort to organize this science and technology exhibition to obtain more cultivation resources. In the end, when the exhibition was at its most important stage, Qin Feng came out and snatched everything. Seeing that Lei Wanzhong was really angry, Qin Feng didn't want to clash with him. After all, this was Lei Wanzhong's territory. Even if he didn't look like he had cultivated, who knew how many experts were hidden in this science and technology museum? Moreover, there was a system owner nearby. Qin Feng wouldn't act recklessly. As everyone can see, Dojo Master Lei is chasing me out. I can't continue to display the products I brought. I think we'll call it a day, Qin Feng said helplessly. Everyone was instantly unhappy. They realized that Qin Feng's technological products were of a higher grade. Moreover, they were cheaper than the Science and Technology Museum. Who would be willing to buy from the Science and Technology Museum? Young Hero Qiao, don't go. Why are you afraid of that old man? If he really dares to chase you out, I'll help you deal with him. Feng Xian from the northern faction jumped out. Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Feng Xian. Before he could chase Feng Xian and the others away, a large group of Sacred Gates disciples stood out. Young Hero Qiao, you just have to display your products. Let's see who dares to touch you today. Soul Blade's disciples were aggressive. Dojo Master Lei, aren't you being too overbearing? Are you purposely chasing young Hero Qiao away because the products he brought are better than your Science and Technology Museum? Someone from the Poison Sect spoke up for Qin Feng. Since Dojo Master Lei wants to chase young Hero Qiao away, we can just follow him. Let's just auction them at the entrance of the Science and Technology Museum. The disciple from the southern sky, Flying Fist, suggested. Everyone immediately agreed. A group of people followed Qin Feng out of the Science and Technology Museum. In less than half a minute, the originally crowded Science and Technology Museum was left with only Lei Wanzhong and a few staff members. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Young Hero Qiao, you can display your products boldly without worry now. The crowd surrounded the entrance of the Science and Technology Museum. It was a terrifying scene. Many passers-by hid far away. Hua Xiaojin was surrounded in the middle of the crowd. She grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's shirt tightly. She was afraid that she would be separated from young Hero Qiao. All right, thank you for your support. I'll take out all the technological products I brought as a way to repay everyone's support. Qin Feng waved his hand and took out a sleeping gas grenade as if he was performing a magic trick. This thing looked similar to a super hand grenade, but the color was different. Huh, young Hero Qiao, you still have a super hand grenade? Feng Yan exclaimed. Qin Feng smiled and said, this isn't a super hand grenade. This is a super sleeping gas grenade. It can create thick smoke. It's an essential equipment for escaping. Qin Feng gave a simple explanation and threw the sleeping gas grenade. Instantly, the Science and Technology Museum was filled with thick smoke. It was very choking and stinging to the eyes. Many Sacred Gate disciples had no choice but to close their eyes and hold their breath. When the smoke dissipated, the crowd was in an uproar again. This fellow is amazing. Just like what young Hero Qiao said, it's a godly equipment for escaping. Young Hero Qiao, how many of these things do you have? I want them all. Zhangji, what are you trying to do? This is an auction. You want them just because you say so? The crowd almost started fighting again because of the super sleeping gas grenade. Qin Feng quickly said, everyone stop arguing. I also have 50 of these super sleeping gas grenades. The bidding price is the same as the super hand grenade. However, I still need some gold. If anyone has it, I can exchange it with him. Chapter 1407. Golden thunders were a high-grade material for refining tools. They were rare even in the Divine Land, let alone in the secular world of Huaxia. The excited crowd suddenly quieted down. They were depressed. They didn't expect Qin Feng to want golden thunders when most people didn't have them. Ha ha ha. Young hero Qiao, you want golden thunders, right? I went to the outskirts of Fire Beacon City for a mission a few days ago and happened to find a large piece of golden thunders. Do you think this is enough? Zhang Ji, a disciple of the South Sky Flying Fist, walked out of the crowd with a golden stone in his hand. Qin Feng hadn't seen golden thunders before, so he confirmed it after asking Little Pig, "Okay, this golden thunders is of good quality. If you give me another 12,500 high-grade spirit stones, I can give you 50 super sleeping smoke bombs," Qin Feng said. Zhang Ji of Sky South Flying Fist was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly took out spirit stones from his storage ring and gave them to Qin Feng. He also wanted to take out 2 orange-grade spirit swords. After all, the 50 super sleeping smoke bombs were much cheaper than the ones in the Science Museum. In the end, Qin Feng didn't care about the spirit swords at all and didn't want them even if they were free. The transaction between the two was completed. The other Sacred Gate disciples were itching. Now that Elder Fang Yan and Zhang Ji of Sky South Flying Fist both got their hands on technological products, how could the others be satisfied? Young hero Qiao, do you still have any technological products? I'm willing to pay a high price for them. Young hero Qiao, are you forging spiritual tools? I have some ice crystals here. Do you need them? I have star rank stones, heaven and earth primal stones, Wuzhan, and a mystic level martial skill book. I don't have any other cultivation resources, but I have a lot of spirit stones. Young hero Qiao, please sell me a technological product. The crowd surrounded Qin Feng and didn't let him leave. Hua Xiaojin was stunned by this scene. This was a Sacred Gate disciple who was high up in her eyes, but now he was begging Qin Feng in every way possible. Qin Feng had gathered all the materials needed to forge the golden rock, celestial venerate armor. However, he wouldn't complain about having too many cultivation resources. After forging the golden rock, celestial venerate armor, Qin Feng would definitely unlock the next immortal equipment in the out-of-print interface. Now he could gather some materials in advance. Moreover, those top-grade spirit stones were also very useful. Whether it was setting up formations, refining weapons, or accelerating cultivation, they all needed the help of spirit stones. Moreover, in the Divine Great Land, spirit stones were also a kind of currency. A top-grade spirit stone was equivalent to the value of 10 gold bars. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I can't hide the technological products. I might as well auction them all. Qin Feng acted magnanimous, but in reality he only took out Star Tech products that he looked down on. The crowd was in an uproar again, and all of them were praising Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know what to say when he saw everyone helping him count money after being sold. The auction outside the Science and Technology Museum was in full swing, but inside the huge Science and Technology Museum, it was a desolate scene. Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. The members of the museum behind him all had ashen expressions. Lei Shan couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said, "Dad, are we just going to endure this? Isn't he just a disciple of the spiritual immortal sect? This is Fire Beacon City. Even if we kill the sect master of the spiritual immortal sect, we won't have anything to say." Lei Shan, who was extremely good at conning people, turned out to be Lei Wanzhong's son. Lei Wanzhong's expression changed unpredictably. Of course, he wasn't worried about Qin Feng's identity as a disciple of the spiritual immortal sect. What he was worried about was something that he couldn't tell others. The secret was too big. "Dad, say something. If we let that brat continue auctioning, then all the spirit stones and cultivation resources brought by those idiots will fall into the hands of that Qiao. Wouldn't we have worked for nothing this year?" Lei Shan couldn't hold it in any more. Lei Wanzhong was a little annoyed by the noise, but at this moment he saw a figure sneaking in from outside. Who are you? What do you want? Lei Wanzhong roared angrily at the person. The man hurriedly ran to Lei Wanzhong's side and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't be afraid, Headmaster Lei. I'm here to help you." Everyone was stunned and stared at the man warily. Lei Shan asked in a deep voice, "Which sect are you from? What do you want to help us with?" "I'm He Chun, a disciple of the Sky Cloud Sword. I'm here to leak the address of the restaurant Xiao Feng is staying at. Once this science and technology museum is over, Headmaster Lei can go and destroy him." The person was He Chun, who Qin Feng had captured. He had been holding back a bellyful of resentment for the past few days. Now, he finally found a way to take revenge on Qin Feng. Lei Wanzhong's expression was unreadable. He suddenly glared at He Chun and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I go against young Hero Chao? What are your intentions?" Seeing that Lei Wanzhong was still putting on an act, He Chun felt depressed. "Headmaster Lei, you don't have to worry about my sincerity. I was captured by that Qiao fellow to be his servant. That bastard fed me poison, so I can't do anything to him. This time I found Headmaster Lei because I want to join forces to deal with that brat. I can tell you his address. When the time comes, you can go and capture him at night. I don't want any of the cultivation resources. I just want you to help me force out the antidote." He Chun explained everything in detail, and Dojo Master Lei's expression changed slightly. He suddenly glanced at one of the guards beside him. It was unknown when that person had come to He Chun's side. He grabbed He Chun's wrist and looked at it for a while. "Headmaster Lei, this person has indeed been poisoned. This poison is very strange. I'm afraid ordinary people can't cure it." Lei Shan suddenly came to his senses and completely trusted He Chun. He said to Lei Wanzhong excitedly, "Dad, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's join forces with young Hero." Everyone in the museum looked at Lei Wanzhong expectantly. Clearly, they agreed with Lei Shan's suggestion. Lei Wanzhong suddenly nodded. He looked at He Chun and said, "All right, I'll believe you this time. If I find out that you have other intentions, the Science and Technology Museum will definitely not forgive you," He Chun said excitedly. No, I can't wait for that Qiao fellow to die. Headmaster Lei, you don't have to worry about my sincerity at all. All right then, this is the sleeping gas I brought from the outside world. Light 3 in Xiao's room tonight. We'll make our move after midnight." Lei Wanzhong gave He Chun a handful of sleeping gas. After discussing the plan, He Chun hurriedly returned to the crowd at this time. Qin Feng auctioned off a few more Star Technologies products. There was a super pistol that cost 500 hedonist points each, and a super laser gun that cost 2,000 hedonist points each. The products from Star Technologies were definitely of the highest quality. The Sacred Gate disciples' eyes were bloodshot from bidding, and there were a few fights between the disciples of different sections. After the auction, Qin Feng spent 50,000 hedonist points. Currently, he still had 1,919,000 hedonist points left. However, the returns Qin Feng received were extremely rich. He had earned more than 80,000 high-grade spirit stones and countless other cultivation resources. He had even obtained a large pile of refining materials. It was as if he had become a little tycoon in the cultivation world. Seeing that the auction was almost over, Qin Feng did not continue to purchase Star Technologies products from the system. The remaining Star Technologies battle equipment were too expensive. If he continued to sell them, he would suffer a loss. Qin Feng did not forget the main purpose of attending the Science and Technology exhibition. He immediately shouted from the crowd, "Heroes, the technological products that I brought out this time are almost all auctioned off. There are only a few left, and I plan to sell them to the disciples of the Thousand Shadow Sect. Please come over." Hua Xiaojin knew Qin Feng's purpose for coming to the Thousand Shadow Sect. At this moment, she became anxious for Qin Feng. The crowd sighed. They could not understand why Qin Feng was so considerate of the Thousand Shadow sect. However, after waiting for a while, the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect did not appear. There are so many heroes here, but there are no disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect? Qin Feng became slightly worried. Zhang Ji of the South Sky Flying Fist stood out and said, "Young Hero Qiao, a few days ago I was doing a mission in the countryside and saw 5 disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect there. The missions they accepted can't be completed in a short period of time, so I'm afraid they won't have the time to come to the Science and Technology exhibition." Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that he had come to the Science and Technology exhibition for nothing. However, when he thought about the many spirit stones and materials he obtained from the technological products on the auction planet, Qin Feng felt slightly better. "Young Hero Qiao, since the people of the Thousand Shadow sect are not here, why don't you continue to auction off the remaining technological products?" The crowd suddenly became excited again. Qin Feng did not have any technological products left. He had said that to tempt the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. Let's end today's auction here. Those heroes who did not manage to obtain the treasures that they wanted, please go to the Science and Technology Museum to take a look. Qin Feng did not plan to stay for long. He had displayed too many technological products, and there were definitely many people who were secretly eyeing him. No one wanted to let Qin Feng go, so they followed him. "Young Hero Qiao, the things in the Science and Technology Museum are too expensive, and they are not as effective as your products." "That's right, young Hero Qiao. Why do you have so many technological products on you? Where did you get them from?" Hua Xiaojin became anxious at the sight of so many people. She held onto the corner of Qin Feng's clothes tightly, not daring to relax. Qin Feng stopped and said, "A while ago I followed the sect master of the Spirit Immortal sect out of seclusion and went to the outside world. I also brought back some technological products from the outside world. Now that I have no treasures on me, why don't everyone go to Spirit Immortal City to take a look? I heard that my sect master is preparing to build a Science and Technology City. It will be even larger than the Science and Technology Museum in Firebeacon City. There will be many technological products, and I'm sure everyone will not be disappointed." Qin Feng began to advertise the Science and Technology City, and the crowd became even more excited. "Really, young Hero Qiao, when will Spirit Immortal City be built into a Science and Technology City?" "Young Hero Qiao, what was the Spirit Immortal sect before? Your Spirit Immortal sect is so mysterious. I'm really looking forward to the Science and Technology exhibition. When will it start?" Seeing that everyone was very interested in the Science and Technology City, Qin Feng wanted to complete the task of building the Science and Technology City as soon as possible. However, he still prepared to go to the Thousand Shadow sect first and bring Zhao Lingxian and his mother out. This was the main reason why he came to the Extinction sect. The Science and Technology City is already under construction. When it starts, Spirit Immortal City will definitely send out an announcement. "Everyone, don't follow me. Go to your own things." Qin Feng pulled Hua Xiaojin and sped up. Now that he had stepped into the 6th stage of True Qi, his speed was comparable to that of a 7th stage True Qi cultivator. In just a few breaths of time, everyone suddenly stopped. Where did young Hero Qiao go? Chapter 1408. Qin Feng had already brought Hua Xiaojin back to the Thousand Flower House. After entering the house, Qin Feng entered the Hedonist sovereign system. Now that he had gathered all the materials to forge the golden rock, celestial armor, he could forge it. Golden Fur Lion King greets Master. Duan Yu greets Master. As soon as Qin Feng entered, the heroes came to greet him. The Flaming Golden Eagle and Glacial Snow Mastiff let out joyful cries. Little Pig and Pikachu jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulders and started playing around. Qin Feng checked the injuries of Duan Yu and the others. In the battle not long ago, these heroes fought with their lives on the line and finally defended the city. After resting for a few days, they had mostly recovered. With this, Qin Feng relaxed and opened the system's forging interface. Compared to the synthesis interface, the forging interface was a place for forging spiritual equipment. Qin Feng's purple thunder wild robe was forged in the forging interface. Qin Feng threw all the materials into the huge furnace. The system's notification sounded, ding. Host Qin Feng is forging the Golden Rock celestial armor. This forging will cost 100,000 hedonist points. Do you want to continue? Qin Feng felt depressed. He had spent 200,000 hedonist points to activate the Golden Rock celestial sovereign armor, and now he had to spend another 100,000 hedonist points to forge it. This Golden Rock celestial sovereign armor cost him 300,000 hedonist points, and this didn't include the cost of the materials. However, the Golden Rock celestial armor was a gold-grade Great Sage spiritual armor. Qin Feng had looked through the system's inventory and found that gold-grade spiritual armors cost at least 500,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and the 100,000 hedonist points disappeared. The huge furnace started to spin and loud noises came from within. 10 minutes later, a shining golden spiritual armor rose into the air. Qin Feng grabbed at the air and the Golden Rock celestial armor fell into his hand. The armor looked cool and dazzling. It was covered in golden light and dense spiritual qi flowed within. It was as if it was a spiritual armor with willpower. The heroes were all attracted by the venerable Golden Rock armor. Little Pig shouted excitedly, "Master, hurry up and put on the armor. This great sage gold armor has its own consciousness. As long as Master can communicate with the venerable Golden Rock armor's consciousness, you can activate the fury of the Golden Rock and launch a Golden Rock attack." Little Pig's introduction caused Qin Feng to become excited. Not long ago, during the city battle, his moon god's armor had been broken. Now, it was being stored in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. He just so happened to lack a powerful spirit armor. With a thought, the Golden Rock celestial armor appeared on Qin Feng's body. His entire body shone with golden light, as if a god of war had descended from the heavens. Qin Feng casually performed a set of fist techniques, and the spirit armor moved with him, creating a vigorous wind. When he activated the will of the Golden Rock in the spirit armor, several golden rocks, condensed from true qi, descended from the sky. The formation was earth-shattering. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission of forging the second celestial artifact of the out-of-print interface. The system will reward you with 200,000 hedonist points and 1-star technology, Hummingbird Fighter. Host points balance. 2,090,000 host points. The system's notification sounded. The mission of forging the Golden Rock celestial armor had been completed. Looking at the 2.01 million hedonist points in the system, Qin Feng thought of the Immortal Island. Opening the Immortal Island required 2 million hedonist points. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't open the Immortal Island now. If he did, he would only have 10,000 hedonist points left. If he encountered a life-threatening situation, he wouldn't even have enough money to buy Star Technology's ammunition. Moreover, Qin Feng's current cultivation level was nothing in the Divine Great Land, so he relied on the Star Technology battle armor. As soon as his consciousness returned to reality, Qin Feng heard a mechanical sound. He hadn't heard this sound since he came to the Divine Great Land. In an instant, it was as if he was answering China's secular world. "Xiao Jin, W, what are you doing?" When Qin Feng found the source of the sound, he was shocked. It turned out to be Hua Xiaojin massaging his chest with a breast enlargement machine. Hua Xiaojin was so shocked that she dropped the machine in her hands onto the bed. She didn't care that she was seen naked and said shyly, "See, young Master Qiao, didn't you tell me to massage you every night before I sleep? Are you angry?" Hua Xiaojin's heart was in turmoil. She had always felt that the breast enlargement devices in the outside world were too embarrassing, but Qin Feng had bought them for her, so she couldn't refuse them. Seeing that Qin Feng was unhappy, Hua Xiaojin was afraid that he would misunderstand her as a frivolous woman. Qin Feng was speechless. He couldn't help but glance at Hua Xiaojin's body a few times. He pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem. And nothing, the massage is pretty good. You can continue." Hua Xiaojin picked up the massager in a daze and started massaging again. As she massaged, she looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Qin Feng originally wanted to pretend he didn't see it, but how could he resist Hua Xiaojin's temptation? He kept sneaking a few glances. "Xiaojin, do you want to cultivate?" Qin Feng thought of an important matter. The divine Great Land was filled with experts. Bringing Hua Xiaojin with Qin Feng made his hands and feet bound. He didn't expect Hua Xiaojin to cultivate to a high realm. At the very least, he wanted her to step into stage 1 true qi, which would be enough for self-protection or escape. Hua Xiaojin stopped massaging and looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. "Young Master Qiao, are you willing to teach me?" "As long as you're willing to learn. Of course, I'm willing to teach." Hua Xiaojin was happy. She had wanted to learn cultivation for a long time. It wasn't for anything else but to make herself stronger. She didn't want to always be a burden to young Master Qiao. "I'm willing. Can I learn it tonight?" Hua Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Qin Feng took out a few medicinal pills. He wanted to use them to help Hua Xiaojin break through quickly. However, Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. "Master, the spirit qi in the divine Great Land is much stronger than in the outside world. I suggest you try not to use medicinal pills to help Hua Xiaojin break through. You can give her a high-grade cultivation method to cultivate." Qin Feng put away the pill and started to ponder about the cultivation method. Because of the lack of spirit qi in the outside world, there are very few cultivation methods. Qin Feng had only cultivated the sovereign heart technique, the Vajra tactics. However, the Vajra tactics was a passive defensive cultivation method. It was completely different from cultivation methods. Now, that Hua Xiaojin needed to cultivate. Qin Feng decided to solve their problem once and for all. He wanted to buy a high-grade cultivation method so the two of them could cultivate together. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, Little Pig continued, "Master, why don't you buy a heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance? This is a dual cultivation method. It's a heaven rank cultivation method. It costs 500,000 hedonist points." Qin Feng looked at his inventory and found the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance. He was glad that he didn't open the Immortal Islands interface. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford this cultivation method. However, Qin Feng felt his heart ache. This cultivation method was a bit expensive. It cost 500,000 hedonist points. However, when he thought about his and Hua Xiaojin's cultivation problems, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and bought it. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 500,000 hedonist points to purchase the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Harmony Balance. Host's total hedonist points, 1,519,000. The system notification sounded. Suddenly, Qin Feng's mind was flooded with a boundless amount of information. Hua Xiaojin was still staring at him dumbly. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond for a long time, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. "See, young Master Qiao, it's this lowly servant's fault. This lowly servant doesn't want to learn anymore." Qin Feng, who had just bought the cultivation method, looked at Hua Xiaojin in confusion. "Why don't you learn?" "This lowly servant status is lowly. How can I learn the path of cultivation? This lowly servant is insensible. Please don't be angry at me, young Master Qiao." Hua Xiaojin's face was full of anxiety and her body was trembling. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Hua Xiaojin wasn't wearing any clothes, so she was very soft to the touch. I said I'll teach you, so I'll teach you. Let's start now. Qin Feng's voice was unquestionable. Hua Xiaojin was at a loss in his embrace. Her little face was flushed, and she began to wonder if young Master Qiao was going to teach her cultivation or something else. In the following period of time, Hua Xiaojin realized that young Master Qiao was really teaching her cultivation. Moreover, the cultivation speed was not too fast. Soon, Hua Xiaojin felt a chaotic flow of energy in her body, unblocking her tendons and veins, speeding up her blood flow. With a bang, Hua Xiaojin felt as if her body had exploded. She was so shocked that she screamed. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Hua Xiaojin's body for a long time. He was shocked. It had only been 2 short hours, and Hua Xiaojin had broken through to the first stage of true qi. Master, because the divine land has abundant spiritual qi. Even if Hua Xiaojin didn't deliberately cultivate, her body has long been cleansed by spiritual qi after living in this environment for more than 20 years. With a little guidance, it's very normal for her to break through. Little Pig said, "What's more, Master and Hua Xiaojin use the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance to perform dual cultivation. This cultivation method is a heaven rank mental cultivation method, so it will allow the person with the higher realm to automatically enter the other person's body. The cultivation speed is several times faster than normal people." After hearing Little Pig's explanation, Qin Feng wasn't surprised at all. He felt that this kind of breakthrough speed was very normal. After Hua Xiaojin broke through to the first stage of true qi, her body quickly stabilized. Qin Feng prepared to continue dual cultivation with her and strive to help her step into the 3rd stage of true qi in one night. Young Hero Qiao, Miss Hua, are you both asleep? However, at this time He Chun knocked on the door. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she immediately hid in Qin Feng's arms. She wasn't dressed and didn't want He Chun to see her. Qin Feng could only withdraw his breath and cover Hua Xiaojin with the blanket. "What are you thinking? Disturbing our rest in the middle of the night?" Qin Feng opened the door and was reprimanded. He Chun suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Young Hero Qiao, please don't blame me. I forgot to change the incense tonight. I'll leave immediately after lighting the incense. The people of the divine land love to light incense indoors, so Qin Feng didn't mind." He Chun hurriedly changed 3 incense sticks. They were all sleeping smoke that Lei Wanzhong gave him. After lighting the incense, he secretly glanced at the bed and saw Hua Xiaojin's clothes off to the side. She was sleeping under the blanket. He Chun couldn't help but feel a burst of evil fire in his stomach. "What are you still standing there for? Get lost." Qin Feng saw He Chun's small eyes. He Chun hurriedly nodded and bowed, but his heart was blooming with joy. He planned to wait until the people from the Science and Technology Museum captured Qin Feng. Then he would take that woman Hua Xiaojin. Chapter 1409. After He Chun left, Qin Feng returned to the bed. Hua Xiaojin's little face was flushed. She realized that He Chun had misunderstood her relationship with Qin Feng, but she wasn't disgusted. Instead, she was a little happy. "Xiaojin, do you still want to cultivate?" Qin Feng asked. "I want to cultivate hard in the future so that I won't be a burden to young Master Qiao." Hua Xiaojin looked at Qin Feng with a determined expression. Qin Feng stared at her neck seriously. When Hua Xiaojin came back to her senses, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide. However, she didn't hide. Instead, she secretly straightened her back. This action made Qin Feng a little excited. He couldn't help but grab it. Hua Xiaojin called out softly but didn't resist. She widened her big, watery eyes and looked at Qin Feng expectantly. "See, young Master Qiao. W if you want it. W then." Hua Xiaojin's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Qin Feng didn't hold it in any more. He had seen the introduction of the yin-yang harmony balance. It was a dual cultivation method. If dual cultivators had sex, their cultivation speed would be faster. This was the first time Hua Xiaojin was stunned by young Master Qiao's ferocity. Though it pained her, she didn't stop Qin Feng. The moon outside grew deeper and higher. Hua Xiaojin gradually felt less pain. She looked at young Master Qiao's love for her and felt waves of joy in her heart. Bang, bang, bang. During this battle, Hua Xiaojin's body made loud sounds. Qin Feng was deeply shocked by the power of the yin-yang harmony balance. It could cultivate and break through on its own during a fierce battle. Moreover, its cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than cultivating alone. Young Master Qiao, what's wrong? Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Hua Xiaojin became inexplicably nervous. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, thinking that Qin Feng suddenly didn't like her. Xiaojin, hurry and put on your clothes. There's an enemy coming, Qin Feng warned Hua Xiaojin. He had already put on his clothes and jumped off the bed. After a while, Hua Xiaojin didn't move. Instead, she said weakly, "Young Master Qiao, I feel dizzy." When Qin Feng turned around, he saw Hua Xiaojin fainted on the bed. At this time, the sound of footsteps came closer. Someone was already at the door. "He Chun, how's the situation?" A familiar voice rang out. Qin Feng quickly remembered that it was Lei Shan from the Science and Technology Museum. "Don't worry, young Master Lei. I've already lit up the sleeping gas. I'm afraid those two fellas have already fainted." He Chun sounded excited. Qin Feng understood, and his heart burned with rage. However, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he quickly ran to the bedside and helped Hua Xiaojin put on her clothes. Bang! Just as he finished putting on Hua Xiaojin's clothes, the door was kicked open and more than 10 black shadows flew in. He Chun Chong was at the forefront and had already arrived at the bedside. "Dojo Master Lei, I'll leave the one with the surname Qiao to you. How about giving me his female servant?" He Chun had been fantasizing about pushing Hua Xiaojin down the whole night. At this time, she couldn't help but feel her way to the bed. He didn't feel anything, but he saw a flash of fire in the dark night. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his wrist. "Ah, where's my hand? Where are my hands?" He Chun subconsciously looked at his wrist and was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. His hands fell to the ground, but no blood flowed out. His wrist looked like it had been burned by fire. It was charred black and emitted a foul smell. "Not good. The one with the surname Qiao hasn't fainted. Everyone be careful." Lei Wanzhong suddenly screamed and ran out the door. The room was in chaos. Some people ran out, but others stood guard at the door, afraid that Qin Feng would escape. He Chun realized that Qin Feng wasn't unconscious and broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his head and saw Qin Feng's demonic face. "You, how did you whoosh?" The wind held again. Before He Chun could finish, his head had already flown to the door. Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at He Chun's corpse. His gaze swept around the dark room. "You're all from the Science and Technology Museum? I advise you to get out of here if you want to live." The room was surrounded by more than 20 people. These were the Science and Technology Museum's guards. As for Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan, they had already run out of the room. They hadn't even reached stage 1 true Qi, so how could they be Qin Feng's match? The guards didn't leave. Someone laughed coldly. "Huh, who are you trying to scare, brat? You're just one person and you want to threaten us? Hurry up and hand over all your spirit stones and cultivation resources, and I'll leave your corpse intact." The guard relied on his numbers and didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a flash of light in the dark room. The scene was extremely strange, like a will-o'-the-wisp floating in a graveyard. However, this flame blade was much stronger than the ghost fire. The room suddenly emitted a bloody and burnt smell. By the time the rest of the people realized that something was wrong with the guard, he had already been dead for dozens of seconds. Ah, Little Black is dead? This brat's martial skill is a bit strange. Everyone be careful. Don't talk nonsense with him. He dared to kill people from our Science and Technology Museum. Everyone, let's attack together. The group of guards suddenly exploded. This group of people were all at stage 4 True Qi and above, and there were 3 stage 6 True Qi experts. They didn't know Qin Feng's realm at all. They thought that their formation was enough to kill Qin Feng. The first to rush out were the 3 stage 6 True Qi experts. They attacked Qin Feng from 3 directions, and their first move was a killing move. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the room, and the saber lights and sword shadows were filled with killing intent. Just as the sword lights were about to pierce Qin Feng's chest, a violent airflow exploded from his body, and 100-meter-long golden saber qi descended from the sky, instantly splitting the space in front of Qin Feng into 2. Rumble! The golden phoenix landed on the ground, and a deep gully extended from the inside of the room to the courtyard. Lei Wanzhong and the others who were guarding outside cried out in fear. The 3 experts that rushed towards Qin Feng had long since exploded into pieces. The huge movement shook the house to the point of collapsing. Hua Xiaojin was startled awake. She didn't know what realm she had stepped into, but with a light leap, she crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and was already standing beside Qin Feng. Young Master Qiao, what's going on? Qin Feng didn't answer. The 20 or so True Qi experts in front of him were stunned and didn't dare to move. Everyone was shocked. They saw 3 stage 6 True Qi experts die at Qin Feng's hands. They couldn't even block a single attack from him. Some people had already started to run away. In the end, all the guards in the room abandoned their soldiers and ran. Lei Wanzhong and the others stood stupidly outside the door, not knowing what was going on. Lei Shan hurriedly grabbed one of them and yelled, "What are you doing? Go and capture that Qiao guy." The captured bodyguard was only at the 5th layer of True Qi. After seeing Qin Feng kill 3 experts of the 6th layer with 1 slash, how could he still have the guts to capture Qin Feng? Young Master Lei, you guys should run too. That guy is at least at the 6th layer of True Qi. We can't beat him. Lei Shan and the others were stunned. When they regained their senses, they were so scared that their legs were trembling. Dad, what do we do now? Lei Wanzhong's eyebrows knitted together. Before he could make a decision, a black shadow landed in the courtyard. You guys don't need to run anymore. Even if you want to run, you won't be able to. Qin Feng's roar was like thunder. A golden light fell from the night sky, and a dozen of the people who were running fell. They were all stage 4 and stage 5 True Qi experts. Lei Shan was so scared that his whole body trembled. Lei Wanzhong's eyes also flashed with a trace of nervousness, but he didn't seem to have any intention of running. It seemed that he was still hiding some trump card. We're all going to die anyway. Let's fight it out with him. The escaping guards all stopped and pounced towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't put these ants in his eyes at all, but before he could make a move, a beautiful figure landed in front of him. Young Master Qiao, run quickly. I'll help you hold them off. Smelly woman, who do you think you are? I'll cut you down with 1 strike. A few guards leaped into the air, and the long blades in their hands were about to fall. They were afraid of Qin Feng, but how could they be afraid of a weak girl like Hua Xiaojin? Rumble! A loud sound exploded in the air, but it wasn't Qin Feng's attack. Hua Xiaojin didn't know how to fight at all. She just randomly slapped the air, but the people in the air were sent flying. Hua Xiaojin was stunned for a moment and looked at her hands in disbelief. Qin Feng was also shocked. He had only dual cultivated with Hua Xiaojin for half a night, and this girl had actually broken through to stage 3 True Qi. Qin Feng also discovered the power of the heaven and earth yin-yang harmony balance. Although Hua Xiaojin was at stage 3 True Qi, the True Qi when she exploded was as strong as a stage 4 true chi. Plus, her attack was too sudden, and the guards underestimated her, so they were defeated and sent flying. Young Master Qiao, hurry up and leave. Hua Xiaojin also realized that she had hit the target by mistake and shouted at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng was speechless. The people who should be running now were the people from the Science and Technology Museum. Why was he running? Xiaojin, catch this sword. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a purple long sword flew out of the night. Hua Xiaojin caught the purple cloud sword without thinking. It was her first time holding a sword in her life, but she wasn't afraid. Her beautiful eyes stared at the simple and narrow spirit sword, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Whoosh! A few more black shadows attacked, and Hua Xiaojin stabbed her sword without hesitation. She had never cultivated a secret sword technique, and she attacked purely by feeling. However, her body was shrouded in a purple mist, and in front of her there was a whistling gale. Dozens of purple sword rays soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 stage 4 true Qi guards fell to the ground, and 2 stage 5 true Qi experts were repelled. The more Hua Xiaojin fought, the more excited she became. She wielded the purple cloud sword with ease, as if she was going to create her own sword technique. Wow. Young Master Qiao, it turns out that fighting is so fun. What if I accidentally kill someone? Hua Xiaojin's excited voice sounded. It's fine, you can just kill them like dogs. Qin Feng's words made the guards so angry that they almost vomited blood, but no one dared to take the initiative to attack. They couldn't figure out Qin Feng's realm, and now they realized that even a servant girl under him could suppress the crowd. You bunch of bad guys, who told you to bully young Master Qiao? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hua Xiaojin became strong, and it was Qin Feng's first time seeing her so fierce. Chapter 1410. Who are you? Hua Xiaojin had already noticed the abnormality and suddenly leaped into the air. Her current skills were not to be underestimated. The purple cloud sword created a gust of wind in the night sky. However, a ball of fire flashed by and carried Hua Xiaojin hundreds of meters away. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the courtyard. The palm wind that was about to land on Hua Xiaojin missed and fell to the ground, creating a huge pit in the courtyard. Hua Xiaojin hugged the man's waist tightly. She didn't need to see his face to know that it was Qin Feng. Not long ago, the two of them had fought in the house. Hua Xiaojin had already deeply remembered Qin Feng's smell. Young Master Qiao, there are many experts here. Let's run. Hua Xiaojin looked nervous. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He stood on a roof with Hua Xiaojin in his arms and looked down at the crowd in the courtyard. If he hadn't acted in time, Hua Xiaojin would have been blown to pieces. How could Qin Feng let these guys off so easily? Don't leave yet. Wait until I finish avenging you. Qin Feng's voice was resolute. Hua Xiaojin was moved, but she hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and said, Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant's life is worthless. Young Master Qiao, don't avenge me. Let's run. Qin Feng glared at Hua Xiaojin. Don't say that in the future. Tonight, you became my woman. In the future, your status will be noble. How can your life be worthless? Hua Xiaojin was stunned. She didn't say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. After fighting with Qin Feng, she had been knocked out by the sleeping gas. After waking up, she had started fighting with the guards of the Science and Technology Museum. Only now did she remember what had happened. When she thought of Qin Feng's craziness and love for her, Hua Xiaojin was indescribably excited. Dozens of people landed in the courtyard, and there were many black figures rushing over from all directions. The old man who had attacked Hua Xiaojin looked up into the sky. It was where Qin Feng was. You're Qiao Feng. Qin Feng was also staring at the old man. He wore a black robe with 3 stars carved on his chest. This person's true qi was dense, and Qin Feng couldn't tell his realm in a short time. "And who are you?" Qin Feng's voice was cold. "I am 3-Star Mountain's Elder Gubu. I heard from my disciple that a disciple from the spiritual immortal sect has come to this year's science and technology exhibition. He even has many technological products from the outside world on him, so I specially came to take a look." Gubu had a righteous expression on his face. Qin Feng coldly laughed and said, "What's the point of saying so much nonsense? You want to steal my technological products, right?" Gubu's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. "Young Hero Chow, if you're smart, come with me. I can guarantee your safety." This time, there was no need for Qin Feng to speak. Immediately, a wave of complaints came from the courtyard. "Gubu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to take that kid away and keep his treasures for yourself?" An old man clad in a white robe glared at Hua Tian. He was the elder of the 10-Step sect, Hua Tian. "Many Holy Gate elders are gathered here today. I believe everyone has the same goal. What do you think we should do?" Many people were shocked when they saw this. They had not expected that the elder of the Bailey sect, Long Qing, would also come. "In my opinion, we should capture this Chow guy together and split the treasures equally," an old man clad in green with a picture of 2 peaks carved on his chest suggested. Elder Wei Zheng of the Twin Peaks suggestion is not bad. I agree with him. Gubu saw that he had almost become the target of public anger and immediately tried to build a good relationship with them. The other elders fell into deep thought. In the end, they tacitly agreed with Wei Zheng of the Twin Peaks suggestion. The arrival of this group of Holy Gate elders completely messed up the situation. They minded their own business and discussed how to deal with Qin Feng. The people from the Science and Technology Hall were ignored. Qin Feng had already figured out the situation. Because he had displayed too many technological products in the Science and Technology Hall in the afternoon, he had attracted the attention of the Science and Technology Hall and the various Holy Gates. Actually, Qin Feng had already thought of this. However, when he saw that the people participating in the Science and Technology Hall were all ordinary Holy Gate disciples, and their abilities were generally around the 5th stage of vital energy, Qin Feng did not take them seriously. Qin Feng had planned to leave this place with Hua Xiaojin the next morning, but he did not expect that the elders of the various Holy Gates would appear in the middle of the night. The Holy Gate disciples who came tonight were all from the Holy Gates in the cities near Fire Beacon City. After they heard the reports from their disciples, they rushed here overnight to capture Qin Feng. In front of the group of elders, the guards from the Science and Technology Hall could not even withstand a single blow. The guards were so scared that they wanted to escape. However, Lei Wanzhong did not express his opinion, and they did not know what he was planning. "All right, since everyone agrees with Elder Wei Zheng's suggestion, let's capture that brat first," Poison Sect Elder Bai Bei said. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow shot toward Qin Feng. It turned out that Gubu of the Trio Star Mountain had already made his move. "Humph, he's just an ant. Capturing him is not as easy as taking something out of my pocket." In just a breath's time, Gubu traversed a distance of several dozen meters and arrived above Qin Feng's head. He slammed his hand down and condensed a gust of wind in the dark night. Hua Xiaojin had already felt a strong sense of danger, and she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood motionless on the roof. The moment Gubu made his move, he had already figured out this person's strength. Rumble! Just as the gust of wind landed on the ground, Qin Feng pierced through the air. His action was a little strange, and even Gubu was stunned. Qin Feng did not have a weapon in his hand, so that stab was a little funny. However, in the next moment, the smile on Gubu's face suddenly froze. A red spear appeared out of nowhere, and in an instant, thousands of sharp spear lights were released. Stab, stab, stab! The gust of wind was easily pierced through by the spear lights like a piece of tofu. Subsequently, it pierced through Gubu's body, and his body began to split open. Gubu had yet to regain his senses until the moment of the explosion. Rumble. In the dark night, a loud sound reverberated through the air, and flesh and blood filled the air. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned by this scene. Many people even rubbed their eyes a few times, but the reality in front of them did not change. That was a stage 7 true Qi realm expert, and he was actually blasted into pieces by the opponent's spear? Even Hua Xiaojin was scared silly. In the past, she did not cultivate, so she did not understand these things. Now that she was a stage 3 true Qi realm expert, she could clearly feel Gubu's strength, and it gave her a deep sense of despair. Yet, such a powerful existence could not withstand the might of young Master Qiao's spear? Xiaojin, protect yourself. If necessary, escape first. Qin Feng's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that the spear meant the start of a great battle. Moreover, he was only at stage 6 true Qi realm. At most, he could fight one-on-one with a stage 7 true Qi realm expert. The reason why he was able to kill Gubu with one spear was because Gubu had underestimated him. Secondly, that spear contained all of Qin Feng's true Qi. That was currently his most powerful sure-kill attack, so it was naturally extremely powerful. However, Qin Feng could not withstand this kind of attack too many times. Moreover, after using it once, the other elders would also be on guard. It was clearly impossible for him to kill the other experts with one spear before Hua Xiaojin could understand the meaning of Qin Feng's words, and the elders in the courtyard were still gasping in shock. Qin Feng had already flown over and slashed at the air. Rumble. In an instant, a golden light flashed, as if it was about to illuminate the night sky. The several hundred-meter-long blade, Qi, landed on the ground, and the entire courtyard was split into two. The 3 guards of the Science and Technology Museum could not dodge in time and were blasted into pieces. However, dozens of black shadows flickered and disappeared. In just a moment, the originally crowded open space was completely empty. Stinking brat, let this old man fight you. A furious roar came from behind Qin Feng. The voice was still 100 meters away, but a gust of wind was already right in front of him. Elder Hua Tian, who had mastered 10 steps, dashed on the ground. His speed was so fast that it left people speechless. By the time Qin Feng realized the danger, his opponent's fist had already landed. Rumble. When the 2 fists collided, Qin Feng used the special Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist without hesitation. Several sword lights streaked across the sky, and the fist wind was mixed with the furious roar of a ferocious tiger. This fist was violent and turbulent, but it did not send Hua Tian flying. He dodged to the side, and the second fist landed on Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Qin Feng was sent flying by the violent airflow. While he was still floating in the air, another black shadow approached him. It was Elder Wei Zhang of the Twin Peaks. This brat is only a so-so. Gubu has underestimated him. Wei Zhang let out a long sigh and waved 2 of his fingers. Instantly, hundreds of sword lights filled the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. The disciples hiding in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. These Holy Gate elders rarely made a move. Today, they had all benefited from Qin Feng's brilliance, and their horizons had been broadened. Only Hua Xiaojin shouted anxiously. She saw the sword lights enveloping Qin Feng, but before she could rush over to help, she saw a sudden burst of golden light in the night sky. A domineering and mighty battle armor appeared on Qin Feng's body. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of sword lights landed on Qin Feng's body, and a deafening explosion sounded. Under such a fierce attack, everyone believed that Qin Feng would either die or be half-crippled. However, after being struck to the ground, he suddenly jumped up as if nothing had happened to him. Young Master Qiao, are you all right? Hua Xiaojin cried. Qin Feng stood on the eaves of another house. He stood ramrod straight as if a divine soldier had descended from the heavens. The true energy in his body was a little chaotic. When he saw 3 black shadows shooting toward him, he hurriedly communicated with the will of the golden rock inside the golden rock celestial armor. Rumble! Several fiery lights descended from the sky. When they got closer, they realized that they were 3 giant golden rocks. The golden rocks roared angrily at the sky. Every roar they gave was earth-shattering. Before Long Qing and the other 2 could touch Qin Feng's body, they had already retreated. Elder Bai Bei of the Poison Sect was the weakest among them. He was only at the 6th stage of true energy. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to retreat. Not good. Those golden rocks are fake. Elder Wei Zheng of the Twin Peaks had already noticed something fishy. Bai Bei was surrounded by the golden rocks. He only realized something was wrong when his palm landed on one of the golden rocks. The golden rocks disappeared, but a violent gust of wind exploded and sent Bai Bei crashing to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Rumble! Deafening explosions sounded incessantly in the surroundings. From the moment Qin Feng took the initiative to strike to the moment the elders were forced to retreat, only a few dozen seconds had passed. However, too many things had happened in these few dozen seconds. Both sides had exchanged more than 100 blows. Qin Feng had killed Gubu, who was at the 7th stage of true energy, with a single spear strike and severely injured the Poison Sect's elder Bai Bei. This kid has some skills, and he has a lot of treasures on him. Everyone, don't fight him head-on. Let's capture his woman first. Chapter 1411. Qin Feng wasn't too worried about being surrounded by more than a dozen Holy Gate elders. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. However, he was worried about Hua Xiaojin's safety. He didn't expect them to really attack her. Xiaojin run. Qin Feng stood on a building 100 meters away, but he was powerless. Hua Xiaojin was also aware of the danger, but her strength was still too low. Before she could move, the entire house under her feet suddenly collapsed. Rumble! Hua Xiaojin suddenly disappeared in a cloud of dust, and when she reappeared, she was struggling with all her might to resist. Why did you capture me? Let me go. The elder of the 10 tracks, Hua Tian, was holding Hua Xiaojin. He didn't care about Hua Xiaojin's resistance at all. He looked at Qin Feng in the dark sky and said, Qiao, if you don't want this woman to die in front of you, surrender immediately. Young Master Qiao, don't worry about this lowly servant. Please leave. Hua Xiaojin was almost begging. Hua Tian was really afraid that Qin Feng would escape. He slapped Hua Xiaojin's face, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints. You lowly servant, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hua Xiaojin gritted her teeth and didn't cry out in pain at all. She stubbornly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng's direction in the pitch-black night. She yelled, Young Master Qiao, hurry and leave. Don't worry about Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen is begging you. Seeing that Hua Xiaojin was disobedient, Hua Tian flew into a rage and sent out 2 more slaps. Fortunately, Hua Xiaojin had broken through to the 3rd stage of true qi tonight. Otherwise, she would have been killed by Hua Tian's fierce slaps. Elder Hua, that's enough. Don't kill that woman. If you do, you won't be able to threaten Xiao. Elder Wei Zheng of Twin Peaks tried to persuade Hua Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar came from the distance. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. 10 steps, Elder Hua Tian. I'll take your dog head tonight. Rumble! A beam of golden light descended from the sky, as if splitting the night sky in half. When the violent aura surged over, the Holy Gate's disciples hiding in the surroundings fled in panic. Wei Zheng and the others' expressions changed, and they turned into black shadows and disappeared from the spot. In just a few breaths' time, the several hundred meters long golden blade qi descended, razing a building to the ground. Qiao, you still dare to make a move? Do you really want to see your men die in my hands? Hua Tian's furious roars echoed out. However, his voice was erratic, and it was obvious that he was running at full speed. As the saber descended, the night sky gradually quieted down. In this pitch-black night, Wei Zhang and the others were unable to lock onto Qin Feng's location for a while. These elders changed their positions under the cover of the buildings, constantly searching for Qin Feng's aura. However, they discovered that Qin Feng's speed was faster than theirs. It was simply unimaginable. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rose, causing Hua Tian's expression to flicker. He looked back and discovered that Qin Feng was hovering behind him, standing on a pair of flames. Brett, don't act recklessly. I can take this woman's life at any time. Hua Tian stopped abruptly. With one hand on Hua Xiaozhen's neck, he held the sword in his other hand and stared at Qin Feng vigilantly. Hua Xiaozhen's face turned purple, and Qin Feng's eyes burned with rage. Young Master Qiao, run. Even at this moment, Hua Xiaozhen was still concerned about Qin Feng's safety. She had never considered her own life. Qin Feng had already landed on the ground. He threw the golden phoenix in his hand a dozen meters in front of him and said, "As long as you let my woman go, I can give you all my treasures." Qin Feng's words stunned Hua Xiaozhen. When she heard young Master Qiao call her woman, she was so happy that she forgot about the dangerous situation they were in. Hua Tian immediately became excited, and he hurriedly said, "Quick! Give me all your treasures, and I promise to let your woman go." As soon as he finished speaking, a few voices came from afar. "Elder Hua, where are you? Why is there no sound?" "Hua Tian, that woman is still in your hands, right? Don't kill her. If anyone finds Qiao Feng, report to the others immediately." The elders were all looking for Qin Feng, but Hua Tian shouted, "I don't see anyone with the surname Qiao. That woman is with me. Let's keep looking." Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He realized that Hua Tian was really evil and wanted to take all his treasures, which was exactly what Qin Feng wanted. "Hua Tian, let's go deeper into the alley. I'll give you all my treasures." As Qin Feng spoke, he ran into a hidden alley. Hua Tian hurriedly shouted, "Brat, don't try to play tricks. You can give them to me here." "Of course I don't care. It's just that I have too many treasures, and I can't give them all in a short time. When the other elders find me, you can share them with them." Qin Feng said indifferently. Hua Tian's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly caught up with Qin Feng and said, "Hurry up! Don't waste my time." The two of them ran into the alley one after another. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Feng stopped. "Brat, I'm warning you, don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, you'll have to collect your woman's corpse." Hua Tian's expression was ferocious. Hua Xiaozhen hadn't spoken for a long time. She realized that Qin Feng would never leave her behind, so she had been secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. "Don't worry, I have a lot of treasures. I can give you a few," Qin Feng said, waving his hand. Hua Tian was so scared that he took a few steps back, thinking that Qin Feng was going to sneak attack him. However, after waiting for a while, he saw that nothing had happened. Instead, a fiery long spear appeared on the ground. "What kind of treasure is this, Qiao? Don't try to fool me. I heard from my disciples that you have a lot of high-tech products from the outside world and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Give them all to me." Hua Tian had indeed received the report from his disciples and rushed here overnight. Qin Feng cursed himself inwardly for being careless. "Elder Hua, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you know what grade that spiritual weapon on the ground is?" Hua Tian said disdainfully, "Humph. Who do you think I am? Do you know what kind of spiritual weapons I use? They're all purple grade. I even have a rare pink grade spiritual weapon. This broken thing of yours," Qin Feng sneered and interrupted him, "it's a scarlet demon equipment." "TSK, it's just a scarlet demon." Hua Tian's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Qin Fin as if he had seen a ghost and yelled, "What did you say? This is a scarlet demon equipment. Do you think I'm stupid? There are only a few scarlet demon equipment in the entire Divine Land." Qin Fin shook his head indifferently and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I've already thrown the treasure on the ground. It's fine if you don't want it." Seeing that Qin Fin didn't seem to be joking, Hua Tian looked at the scarlet demon storm spear on the ground again. His eyes instantly lit up. The spear was emitting waves of dense spirit energy. Thinking back to when Gubu had died, the red spear light had exploded in the night sky. Could it be that this spear had killed him? Seeing the slight change in Hua Tian's expression, Qin Fin continued, "I've only just reached the 6th stage of true qi, but I was able to kill Gubu, who was at the 7th stage of true qi, with a single spear strike. It was all because of this scarlet demon storm spear." Hua Tian was completely energized, and he loosened his grip on Hua Xiaozhen's hand. Hua Xiaozhen's eyes lit up as she found an opportunity to escape. However, when she saw Qin Fin secretly shake his head at her, she temporarily gave up on the idea of escaping. "You brat, back off." Hua Tian was already prepared to pick up the spear. Qin Fin leaped to a dead end of the alley a dozen or so meters away. Hua Tian suddenly leaped to where the scarlet demon storm spear was. He didn't even have time to care about Hua Xiaozhen. "Xiaozhen, run!" Qin Fin yelled. Hua Tian's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the spear and thrust it at Qin Fin. "How dare you trick me? Die!" Hua Tian was stunned the moment he thrust the spear. The scene of spear radiance shooting out in all directions didn't appear. When he subconsciously looked down at his hand, the sharp spear had already disappeared. The originally quiet alley was suddenly filled with gales, and hundreds of sword radiances descended from the sky. Hua Tian couldn't care less about Qin Fin and Hua Xiaozhen. He turned around and slapped his palms towards the sky, blocking the surging sword radiances in midair. However, before he could retract his aura, a golden light descended from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Rumble! You lowly Taoists dare to fight against the Lord? Watch my blade!" The golden-haired Lion King swung his saber and landed on the ground, splitting the narrow alley into two. Following him was a young man in a green robe. He held 2 fingers together to form a sword, and wherever he pointed, sword radiance would soar into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In order to save Hua Xiaozhen, Qin Fin secretly released the 2 heroes. One of them was at the 5th stage of true qi, while the other was at the 6th stage of true qi. Under their fierce attacks, even Hua Tian couldn't handle it. "You're just a few ants and you want to fight me? You're overestimating yourselves." Hua Tian was completely enraged. The true qi in his body suddenly surged, and he actually ignored the golden-haired Lion King's saber strike. He forcefully blocked it with his fist, and even knocked the golden-haired Lion King away. Duan Yu was enraged. He attacked with both hands, and the sword radiance instantly became denser, forming a wall of swords that rapidly fell to the ground. Rumble! The 2 rows of abandoned buildings in the alley instantly collapsed, and Hua Tian's body was cut dozens of times by the sword radiance. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. He had long lost the vigor of an elder. "Brat, your swordsmanship isn't bad, but it's a pity that your realm is too low. I can't let you live." Even though Hua Tian's sword strikes were so powerful, he still couldn't defeat Hua Tian. He leaped towards Duan Yu and punched out in midair. The entire sky seemed to tremble, and before Duan Yu had a chance to dodge, he was already knocked down to the ground by the force of the punch. Hua Tian was feeling pleased with himself for knocking down 2 experts in a row, but he felt a gust of wind behind him, as if it wanted to crush his body into pieces. Stab, stab, stab! Qin Fin stood on the ground with a spear in his hand and pierced the air with his spear. Instantly, thousands of spear radiance condensed and shot into the sky. Chapter 1412. Rumble. Hua Tian's body exploded in the sky like fireworks. The elders who were looking for Qin Fun in the distance were stunned and looked at the flames in the sky. That kid is 1 kilometer southwest. Why did they fight? Did someone find Xiao but didn't report it? Not good that old fart Hua Tian is missing. He must have taken that woman to threaten Xiao Feng alone. The group of elders suddenly realized the situation and hastily flew towards the explosion site. However, they were wrong. They thought that Hua Tian had already obtained the treasures and killed Qin Fun and Hua Xiaojin. Young Master Qiao. As soon as Hua Tian died, Hua Xiaojin ran toward Qin Fun with tears streaming down her face. However, before she could reach Qin Fun, a red beam of light cut through the night sky. Hua Xiaojin didn't notice that Qin Fun's expression had changed drastically. He pushed Hua Xiaojin away and used his back to block the incoming laser beam. Rumble. The red beam of light was only as thick as a thumb, but it exploded with an earth-shattering aura. The elders who were rushing toward Qin Fun stopped abruptly and didn't dare to approach. Qin Fun was sent flying dozens of meters away and lay in a huge crater. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. She kept muttering young Master Qiao's name, but she didn't even have the courage to crawl over to check. A few beams of golden light shot out from the crater. Qin Fun was wearing the golden rock celestial armor, but the golden light on it was much dimmer. Even this great sage gold-grade spiritual armor couldn't withstand the impact of the laser beam. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual armor blocked most of the attack, Qin Fun would have been killed by the laser beam. Haha. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Dad, that was a brilliant move of yours. A series of footsteps came from a secluded alley. An old man and a young girl came to the edge of the crater. Hua Xiaojin looked at the two in a daze. She didn't expect to see them here. It was Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan from the Science and Technology Museum. What do you want? Don't go near young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojin quickly came to her senses and grabbed her violet sunset sword. Lei Shan nervously took 2 steps back. The scene of Hua Xiaojin single-handedly defeating the many guards of the Science and Technology Museum was still vivid in his mind. However, Lei Wanzhong acted as if he couldn't see the long sword in Hua Xiaojin's hand. He grabbed a dazzling laser gun and pointed it at the center of her eyebrows. Smelly woman, I advise you not to move recklessly. The high-tech laser gun in your father's hand can take your life at any time. Even a true Qi level 6 expert would not be able to withstand a single hit, Lei Wanzhong said coldly. Hua Xiaojin's heart tightened. She felt like she was being stared at by a venomous snake. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and didn't dare to act recklessly for a while. Seeing that Hua Xiaojin was frightened, Lei Wanzhong gave Lei Shan a look, and Lei Shan immediately jumped into the deep pit. What do you want? Don't touch young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojin anxiously watched from the ground. She couldn't see the situation in the deep pit. Lei Wanzhong's gun was still pointed at the center of Hua Xiaojin's eyebrows, and there was even a red aiming point swaying back and forth between Hua Xiaojin's eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you first. Lei Wanzhong's attitude was tyrannical. Hua Xiaojin anxiously stomped her feet. Seeing that Lei Shan had jumped in for almost half a minute, Hua Xiaojin couldn't wait any longer. She suddenly brandished her sword and stabbed. Xiaojin, don't act recklessly. I am fine. The sword hovered in front of Lei Wanzhong's throat. If Qin Feng had yelled a little later, Lei Wanzhong's finger would have already pulled the trigger. In an instant, the laser bullet would have blown Hua Xiaojin into pieces. Hua Xiaojin hurriedly ran to the edge of the deep pit and saw Qin Feng being dragged up by Lei Shan. Sob, young Master Qiao, are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng covered in wounds and blood, Hua Xiaojin couldn't help but cry. She knew that Qin Feng was injured because he saved her. She felt so guilty that she wanted to kill herself. Qin Feng had already returned to the surface, and Hua Xiaojin was sitting next to him. Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan each held a laser gun, aiming at their heads. Surname Qiao, you dare to go against the Science and Technology Hall. This is your fate. Lei Wanzhong was furious when he saw Qin Feng. The Science and Technology exhibition yesterday was ruined by Qin Feng. The true qi in Qin Feng's body was in a mess. He wanted to buy as much time as possible to recover his blood. He looked at the laser gun in Lei Wanzhong's hand with suspicion. This laser gun was clearly not a product of China's Science and Technology Hall. Could it be a battle equipment produced by the system? If that was the case, then Lei Wanzhong was the owner of the system. Dad, don't talk nonsense with that brat. When those Holy Gate elders arrive, there will be big trouble. Just make him hand over all his treasures. Lei Shan was clearly nervous. He had never cultivated before, so he was very worried that the Holy Gate elders would chase after him. Lei Wanzhong was much calmer. He glared at Qin Feng and said, "Hurry up and hand over all the spirit stones and cultivation resources you obtained from the Science and Technology exhibition. Those originally belonged to the Science and Technology Hall. Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? How dare you snatch business from the Science and Technology Hall?" After reprimanding Qin Feng, Lei Wanzhong suddenly changed the topic. "Oh, right. Why do you have so many technological products? Don't tell me that you brought those things from the outside world. I've already studied your technological products, and the outside world has not reached such an advanced level." Lei Wanzhong was already suspicious of Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked in return, "Hall Master Lei, where did you get that laser gun in your hand? It's really powerful. It's not a technological product from the outside world, right?" Lei Wanzhong's expression changed, and his old eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't hand over all your treasures, I'll send the 2 of you to heaven." 2 laser guns were aimed at Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin sensed that death was coming, but she was no longer as afraid. She secretly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and smiled sweetly at him. Qin Feng knew that this last was prepared to die with him. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Even if it was for Hua Xiaojin's survival, Qin Feng couldn't die like this. "All right, I'll give you all my treasures." Qin Feng waved his hand, and over 80,000 spiritual stones fell out of the emerald spirit ring. Immediately, a mountain of spiritual stones was piled up in the alley. Those 80,000 spiritual stones were all high-grade spiritual stones, and they were rich in spiritual weapons. When they were stacked together, the surrounding air changed dramatically. "Holy crap! What's going on over there? Such rich spiritual energy. This is incredible. The density of spiritual energy here is even higher than in the base of our twin peaks. Everyone, hurry up. Hua Tian must have snatched that Xiao Gai's treasure. We can't let him keep it all to himself." The group of elders quickened their pace, turning into black shadows that shuttled through the eaves and walls under the night sky. When over 80,000 spiritual stones appeared, Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan were stunned. When Lei Shan came back to his senses, he forgot to continue aiming at Hua Xiaojin. He threw away his gun and ran to collect the spiritual stones excitedly. Lei Wanzhong was also very excited, but he was always on guard against Qin Feng's actions. Swoosh! A wind whistled through the night sky. However, it was so subtle that it didn't attract anyone's attention. Hua Xiaojin's expression changed dramatically. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. However, her movement attracted Lei Wanzhong's attention. He quickly turned his head to take a look, and his old eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Swish! 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 A streak of pink light flashed across the night sky. It was as fast as a shooting star. While Lei Wanzhong was distracted, the starry sky flying sword was already less than 10 meters away from him. This distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Without thinking, Lei Wanzhong raised his gun and fired. A red laser beam soared into the sky and unexpectedly hit the flying sword. It was as if a heavenly thunder had exploded in the sky. The flying sword's light dimmed, and no one knew where it had landed. "What's wrong, Dad?" Lei Shan finally came to his senses. Lei Wanzhong quickly looked at the corner of the alley and discovered that Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin were long gone. He then looked at the rooftops, and he jumped up in fright. "Holy crap! What the hell is that?" Lei Shan followed his dad's line of sight, and he was also shocked. A dazzling black fighter had appeared out of thin air on the rooftops. The propellers on top of the fighter were already spinning. Thud, thud, thud. A loud roar tore through the night sky. Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan were dumbfounded. They had thought that the Science and Technology Museum was the place with the greatest technology in the Divine Continent. They did not expect Qin Feng to even have a fighter jet. But where did this fighter jet come from? Before the two of them could figure it out, dozens of black shadows flew across the night sky. Wei Zheng and the other Sacred Gate elders landed on the rooftops around the alley. They were also dumbfounded when they saw the Black Dragon fighter jet slowly rising into the air. "Holy crap! What the hell is that?" One of the elders from the Gate of Life and Death widened his eyes. "It looks like a high-tech product from the outside world. Did Hua Tian really get his hands on it? This strange thing is the treasure he snatched from Qiao Feng." Elder Long Qing of the Bailey sect said, "The poisoned sex by Bei had been knocked unconscious by Qin Feng earlier, but he had already woken up. He looked at the Black Dragon fighter jet rising from the rooftops and cried out involuntarily, 'It's a fighter jet from the outside world.' Our sect's Grand Elder managed to get his hands on one during last year's Science and Technology exhibition. I didn't expect Qiao Feng to have a fighter jet as well. Where did he stop earlier?" When the crowd found out that it was a fighter jet from the outside world, they gasped in shock. The ordinary disciples of the various sects were especially dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a fighter jet. How could this thing fly into the sky? In the alley, Lei Wanzhong and Lei Shan finally regained their senses. They realized that the people from the various sects were rushing over. "Dad, don't bother about that brat. We'll take the spirit stones and run." Where are the spirit stones? There was a mountain of spirit stones here. Why are they all gone? Lei Shan suddenly screamed halfway through a sentence. Lei Wanzhong also realized that the mountain of spirit stones had disappeared. He quickly realized that the spirit stones were just a trick by Qiao Feng to make him lower his guard. They must have been taken away by that brat, the Qiao Feng. How dare he trick me? Isn't it just a lousy fighter jet? Do you think I don't have one? Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he screamed. Ever since he came to the Divine Continent, no one had dared to trick him like this. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 1413. The Black Dragon mech was already in the air. 2 laser guns extended from both sides of the mech. The red laser bullets were like raindrops lighting up half the sky. The Holy Gate disciples on the ground were completely stunned. They couldn't even react to the laser bullets that were about to land on them. Only when a few of them were hit did they start screaming. "Ah, what the hell is that? It pierced through my arm. Not good. That old bastard Hua Tian took the treasure for himself. He even wants to kill us. Isn't it just a mech from the outside world? Does he think our martial arts training is for nothing? Everyone, let's attack together. Let's destroy that stupid thing first." The group of Holy Gate elders was enraged. More than a dozen black shadows flew towards the mech from all directions. Qin Feng was busy at the control panel. Hua Xiaojin sat in the co-pilot seat with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feng said he would take her to the sky. She didn't expect that she would really go to the sky. Ah, not good. There are so many enemies coming from below. Hua Xiaojin wanted to look down, but she saw more than a dozen black shadows surrounding her and Qin Feng. Rumble. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise came from the bottom of the mech. No one knew who was attacking the black dragon mech from below. The force of the collision was so strong that the mech started to shake. It's over. How are we going to get down now? Hua Xiaojin was extremely anxious when she saw the mech flying dozens of meters in the sky. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and slapped the button beside him. The sealed bottom cabin suddenly opened, giving Hua Xiaojin a fright. Haha, what bullshit high-tech mech from the outside world. I can smash it with 3 slaps. The one who attacked the bottom of the cabin was an elder from the Gate of Life and Death. Seeing that the bottom of the cabin was wide open, he thought that he had smashed it, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. A huge object fell from the bottom of the cabin, directly smashing into his head. Rumble. It turned out to be a bomb. The Gate of Life and Death elder didn't understand what was going on. He was like a firework in the sky. Rumble. Huge explosions sounded continuously. The black dragon mech had already flown hundreds of meters in the sky. Hua Xiaojin looked at the scene of the explosion behind her and felt like she was dreaming. The elders who were chasing the black dragon mech stopped abruptly, looking at the Gate of Life and Death elder who had been blown into pieces. Everyone felt a sense of fear. Ta-ta-ta! The laser gun did not stop firing. Qin Feng piloted the black dragon mech and made a 180-degree turn, returning to the crowd. The red laser bullets were like raindrops, flying towards the crowd on the ground like locusts sweeping through crops. For a time, the Holy Gate's disciples were in chaos, and screams rose and fell. Many people had already abandoned their troops and fled. Young Master Qiao, is this the plane you were talking about? It can really fly. Hua Xiaojin was shocked by the power of the black dragon mech. Her eyes were shining. Qin Feng laughed as he piloted the fighter plane. Of course it's a plane that can fly. However, this isn't an ordinary plane. It's a fighter plane that can fire bullets to attack the enemy. Hua Xiaojin had already witnessed the powerful attack power of the black dragon mech. She watched Qin Feng operate the mech continuously. She felt that it was very cool, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Qiao, young Master Qiao, can I try? Hua Xiaojin pointed to the control panel and said. Qin Feng pulled her into his arms and sat her down. He said heroically, feel free to shoot. Blast those bastards down there to death. Qin Feng was really angered by the group of Holy Gate elders. At this moment, he did not care about the expensive ammunition of the black dragon mech. He had to teach these people a serious lesson. Hua Xiaojin was so excited that she danced with joy. However, she was not as carefree as Zhang Kuku. Even with Qin Feng's permission, Hua Xiaojin still pressed a few buttons carefully. Every time she pressed a button, she had to wait for a while. She did not dare to shoot randomly. Boom! The wings on both sides of the black dragon mech suddenly opened, and 2 tracking missiles flew out. Hua Xiaojin screamed in shock. The technology of the outside world was too domineering. The screams on the ground were continuous. When the tracking missiles flew down, a few Holy Gate disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground crying. Even Wei Zheng and the other elders did not dare to touch the missiles directly. They scuttled around like monkeys. Hua Xiaojin was having a lot of fun. She was even twisting in Qin Feng's arms when she was excited. Qin Feng was originally fighting with Hua Xiaojin when he was interrupted by Lei Wanzhong and the others. At this moment, he was in the mood again and took off Hua Xiaojin's clothes. Ah, young Master Qiao, what are you doing? Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she covered her body. She did not dare to fly the mech anymore. Qin Feng touched her willowy waist and pressed her down domineeringly. I said that I would bring you to the sky. Not only this, but another kind of sky. After Hua Xiaojin understood what Qin Feng meant, she did not resist at all. This was the first time she felt that doing that kind of thing could be so exciting. Before she met Qin Feng, she would never have thought that she could do it in the sky. Ta ta ta! Rumble. As the two of them fought fiercely, the black dragon mech's firepower suddenly increased. The laser bullets did not stop, falling wave after wave like raindrops. Hua Xiaojin seemed to be pressing two buttons with both her hands. The tracking missiles and the airborne grenades were also fired continuously. It looked as if the sky was going to explode. Elder Wei Zhang, that high-tech mech is really too powerful. Our disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Why don't we retreat for now? Many disciples could not take it anymore. Wei Zhang and the other elders were so angry that they were glaring at them. They still did not know who the person in the black dragon mech was. Hua Tian, he is so shameless to take all the treasures for himself. He is planning to kill everyone. Elder Longqing of the Bailey sect was so angry that he was glaring at them. Bai Bei shouted, "The mech outside needs ammunition to attack. That mech has been fighting for so long. It probably doesn't have much ammunition left. If we hold on a little longer, that Hua guy is going to die." The elders immediately felt hopeful. Wei Zheng shouted, "Everyone hold on. We will definitely take down that bastard Hua Tian tonight." The disciples who were about to escape had no choice but to continue holding on. They did not have the time to attack the black dragon mech. They were lucky to survive the rain of bullets. More than 10 elders flew around in the sky like black shadows. Even some of them were seriously injured. The battle between Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin became more and more intense. Hua Xiaojin realized that she had pressed a button to fire. She shouted in an agitated voice, "Young Master Qiao, wait a moment. Let this lowly servant move her hand away." Qin Feng pressed down on Hua Xiaojin's shoulder, not letting her get up. "Hold her down and kill those bastards." Hua Xiaojin screamed in excitement. She no longer cared about wasting bullets. She was completely immersed in the joy that Qin Feng brought her. Under the bombardment, the row of buildings in the alley was reduced to rubble. The group of sacred sect disciples could not even find a place to hide. "Poison, sect elder, something is wrong. Why does this mech have an endless supply of ammunition?" Wei Zhang had already realized that something was wrong. His heart was bleeding as he looked at the disciples falling beside him. Bai Bei was also confused. He had seen the sect grand elder piloting a mech before. That mech's bullets could only last for 5 minutes at most. However, the black dragon mech had been firing for almost half an hour. "I think we should stop running. If we continue like this, we will die sooner or later. Why don't we just attack? It's just a mech from the outside world. Do you think it can trap us elders?" Bailey sect's Longqing shouted angrily. Wei Zhang was also angry. His figure that was flying suddenly shot up into the sky. The long sword in his hand was already slashing towards the sky. "Kill them!" Whoosh! The sword shot up into the sky and split open a hole in the dense rain of laser bullets. The pink sword light streaked across like a meteor and instantly exploded on the black dragon mech. The loud sound was like muffled thunder. The black dragon mech was knocked over. Hua Xiaojin, who was fighting in the cockpit, screamed in fear. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. "Ah, young Master Qiao, we are being attacked." Qin Feng held Hua Xiaojin in his arms as he controlled the control panel. He pushed the mech forward and pushed the engine to the maximum. Just as the mech was about to hit the ground, it suddenly soared into the sky like a dragon soaring into the sky. The inertia of rising into the sky was extremely strong. It scared Hua Xiaojin so much that she closed her eyes and screamed. Qin Feng's spirit was lifted by her screams, and he launched another round of fierce attacks. "Boo-hoo! Young Master Qiao, don't worry and fight. When we are safe, you can do whatever you want of me." Hua Xiaojin cried anxiously. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear her and continued to attack. Xiaojin continued to fire. Kill those bastards. As Hua Xiaojin endured Qin Feng's attacks, she pressed the buttons on the fighter jet. A new round of artillery fire rained down from the sky. Just as Ba Bei reached the bottom of the fighter jet, before he could launch his attack, he saw the hatch suddenly open. A bomb fell and blasted him into smithereens. Many Sacred Gate disciples retreated in fear. However, Wei Zhang and Long Qing acted as if they did not see it. They went to the left and right sides of the mech. I want to see how tough this piece of scrap metal is. Wei Zhang roared. He swung his long sword again and sliced the laser gun on the right into two. Long Qing's palm also hit the mech and sent the Black Dragon mech flying. The cockpit spun until it was dark. Hua Xiaojin felt like she was about to be thrown out of the mech. Qin Feng's anger completely exploded. He hugged Hua Xiaojin face to face in his arms and slammed his hands on the control panel. Xiaojin, move by yourself. Hua Xiaojin was speechless. Qin Feng still remembered that matter even at this time. However, she could not disobey young Master Qiao's orders. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, afraid that she would fall. The mech flew again. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it went, it cut through the air and dozens of artillery shells fell to the ground. Chapter 1414. Master, you've spent 200,000 Hedonist points. Please use the Black Dragon mech carefully. Just as Qin Feng was getting excited, Little Pig's voice sounded in his head. He was so shocked that he almost fell off the plane. Young Master Qiao, what's wrong? Hua Xiaojin stopped abruptly. She could feel Qin Feng's expression turning ugly. It's nothing. Continue doing what you're doing. Don't stop. Qin Feng glared at Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin continued to fight, feeling wronged. Qin Feng stopped his attacks. If this continued, the remaining 1,319,000 Hedonist points would be gone. Master, you can use the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon, Little Pig suggested. Qin Feng was stunned. Even though the cannon is powered by true qi, I need to activate it. I can't possibly stand on top of the plane and fire, right? Of course, I won't let Master take the risk. As long as it's a product of star technology, they can be used together. The Wind Cloud Wild Demon Cannon can be installed on the Black Dragon series battle equipment. As for the energy supply, Master can use Spirit Stones to activate the Wind Cloud Wild Demon Cannon. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He didn't expect star technology to be so heaven-defying. He immediately activated his mind, and the hatch on the Black Dragon mech's roof opened. A cool and domineering cannon was already set up. Huh? Why isn't the plane attacking? A female elder from Mount Zixia asked curiously. Wei Zhang was overjoyed. He roared, "Everyone attack! That bastard Hua Tian has used up all his ammunition. That bastard surnamed Hua. See if I don't personally kill him." More than 10 black shadows surrounded and attacked the Black Dragon mech from all directions. Even before the crowd reached the front, they had already unleashed their attacks continuously. Half of the sky was filled with thunderous sounds. The dark night was sliced apart by the light of the swords and blades, making it look like daytime. There were even a few elders from the sacred sects who rushed to the front of the mech. The moment they attacked, they unleashed their killing moves. Rumble. Under such a powerful attack, the Black Dragon mech was like a small boat in the sea. Hua Xiaojin hugged Qin Feng tightly in fear, but she didn't forget to continue exercising. Young Master Qiao, what should we do? Hua Xiaojin was worried. Don't be afraid. Watch how I torture these ants. Qin Feng roared. Hua Xiaojin heard a loud noise coming from the top of the plane. The Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon had already been activated. In an instant, the spirit chi bullets rained down like rain. Bang, bang, bang. The few elders who rushed to the front of the fighter plane were instantly shot. Under such a fierce and dense spiritual energy bullet, their bodies seemed to be electrocuted, trembling in the air. Wei Zhang and Long Qing sensed the danger and quickly retreated. Long Qing was extremely fast and managed to escape the hail of bullets. Wei Zhang, on the other hand, was shot in midair. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword forward and sliced the air in front of him into two. Rumble! The spiritual energy bullets barely blocked it, but a huge tracking cannonball fell like a meteor. Wei Zhang was flustered. He forcefully swung his sword down, but he was unable to block the violent airflow of the tracking bullet. He was sent flying 100 meters away. Even these two leaders at the 7th layer of true Qi had been forced to retreat, and the rest of the elders and disciples had long since fled in panic. Elder Long Qing, let's run for our lives. There's no end to this fighter jet's ammunition. If we continue fighting, we'll all die. The surroundings were filled with screams and wails. Long Qing hid far away, not even daring to step into the battlefield. Wei Zhang also forcefully jumped out of the attack range of the fighter jet. Looking at the Black Dragon fighter jet flying rapidly in the night, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. 10 steps Hua Tian. Twin Peaks will remember what happened today. In the future, don't let me see anyone from 10 steps. I'll kill every single one I see. Wei Zhang was already seriously injured and had no choice but to retreat. Seeing that he had left, Long Qing could only reluctantly lead his men and leave. More and more teams fled. The dozens of sect disciples that came in the middle of the night all retreated. Not only did they not capture Qin Feng, but they also suffered heavy losses. In the end, these people didn't even know the identity of the person in the fighter jet. They still thought that it was 10 steps Hua Tian piloting the Black Dragon fighter jet. The mighty team retreated. An intense artillery fire also gradually subsided. Hua Xiaojin's anxious heart finally calmed down. Thinking about how Qin Feng had used a fighter jet to repel dozens of groups of Sacred Gate disciples, her heart was filled with raging waves. The battle on the ground had calmed down. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin's battle had also ended. Hua Xiaojin hurriedly put on her clothes. She felt that this battle had made her bones fall apart. Young Master Qiao, let's go. Hua Xiaojin looked at Qin Feng with an obedient expression. Qin Feng stopped the Black Dragon fighter jet in an open space. Just as he was about to bring Hua Xiaojin down, a muffled sound suddenly exploded. The fighter jet was hit and rolled on the ground. What's going on? Are there more enemies? Hua Xiaojin screamed. Qin Feng was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He looked around and saw that another fighter jet had appeared in midair. Xiaojin, sit tight. There's an enemy fighter jet. Qin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately pulled the control stick and let the Black Dragon fighter jet soar into the sky. Rumble! The Black Dragon fighter jet had just flown halfway when a huge pit was blown up where it had landed. Hua Xiaojin also saw the fighter jet in front of her. She was dumbfounded. Why? Why is there another fighter jet? Who is this? It's most likely the people from the Science and Technology Museum. Watch how I deal with them. Qin Feng immediately guessed the other party's identity. Only Lei Wanzhong from the Science and Technology Museum could create a high-tech fighter jet in China. In the dark sky, the two fighter jets whistled and flew. Hua Xiaojin sat in the co-pilot seat. She was so anxious that her palms were covered in cold sweat. She still didn't know how powerful the Black Dragon fighter jet was. This was a product of star technology. How could Lei Wanzhong's fighter jet compare to it? Dad, hurry up and destroy that bastard's fighter jet. Let's see if he still dares to play tricks. On the Flying Tiger fighter jet, Lei Wanzhong was controlling it. Lei Shan stared at the Black Dragon fighter jet and cursed. Without Lei Shan saying anything, Lei Wanzhong had already pressed the launch button. Instantly, 2 black tracking missiles whizzed out and caught up with Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Humph, do you think I don't have tracking missiles? Rumble. Qin Feng clapped his hands, and the Black Dragon fighter jet's lower cabin opened. 2 missiles landed and directly collided with Lei Wanzhong's missiles in the sky. The earth-shattering sound shocked Hua Xiaojin. Qin Feng had already activated the Wind Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. In an instant, Spirit Qi missiles filled the sky. Not good, Dad. Isn't that guy's fighter jet too fierce? What kind of fighter jet is that? Lei Shan looked at the dense net of Spirit Qi missiles and was so shocked that he almost jumped off the fighter jet. Lei Wanzhong's expression turned grim. He had been secretly observing the Black Dragon fighter jet, but couldn't tell that it was a fighter jet model from China. It's useless no matter how powerful it is. Our Flying Tiger fighter jet is the highest technological product in the outside world and has been personally modified by me. It's definitely a tyrant among fighter jets. How can other fighter jets be a match for it? Lei Wanzhong quickly became domineering and pressed the button beside him. Lei Shan shouted anxiously, "Dad, what time is this? Why are you still talking about your dick?" Lei Wanzhong was so angry that he almost kicked Lei Shan off the fighter jet. However, he saw the cockpit on both sides of the Flying Tiger fighter jet suddenly open, and 2 cannons popped out. In an instant, the sky was filled with cannon fire. The concentrated attack wasn't any weaker than the Wind Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. Ta, ta, ta! The night sky was lit up by the 2 waves of cannon fire. The instant the 2 waves of bullets collided, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. If the people from the Saint Gate hadn't escaped yet, they would definitely be dumbstruck by this scene. Even Qin Feng was stunned, and he looked surprised. Little pig, what kind of fighter jet is that? China's secular world doesn't have such advanced standards. Little pig wasn't too sure either. The model of the fighter jet is China's most advanced Flying Tiger fighter jet. However, its power is clearly beyond the scope of what a Flying Tiger fighter jet should be. It feels like it has been modified. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall that almost all the items on display in the Science and Technology Museum had been modified. From the looks of it, the Flying Tiger fighter jet that Lei Wanzhong was piloting was very likely a modified product. This guy with the surname Lei is not bad. He can even modify his fighter jet. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly asked, "Little Pig, is the owner of the system nearby?" Little Pig understood what Qin Feng meant. Ever since Lei Wanzhong appeared, there has always been a system within a radius of 1 kilometer. Yesterday at the Science and Technology exhibition, Qin Feng suspected that Lei Wanzhong was the owner of the system. Now that he had seen his modification ability, Qin Feng was even more certain of his guess. The 2 fighter jets were in full swing, and Qin Feng realized that he couldn't eliminate the other party in a short period of time. He was afraid that the Saint Gate disciples who had left would call for more powerful experts to come back. Right now, the best plan was to end the battle as soon as possible. "Xiaojin, come and control the Black Dragon fighter jet." Qin Feng immediately made a plan. He was going to release the Black Dragon tank and attack Lei Wanzhong from both land and air. Hua Xiaojin was shocked and hurriedly waved her hands. "No, no. Young Master Qiao, how can I pilot a plane?" "It's better for you to pilot it," Qin Feng said in an unquestionable tone. "Don't be afraid. If I tell you to pilot it, just do it. I'm going to pilot the tank now. You just have to keep pressing this button." Qin Feng pointed at the launch button of the Wind and Cloud Demon Cannon. He then set the Black Dragon fighter jet to automatic mode. This was an advanced product produced by Star Technology, and it could enter unmanned mode. Hua Xiaojin still didn't dare to pilot it. Just as she was about to beg for mercy, she saw that Qin Feng was no longer in the cockpit. A pink light flickered in the dark sky, and a moment later, a dazzling and domineering tank appeared on the ground. Dad, that kid's mech attacks have weakened. Is he afraid of us? Lei Shan suddenly shouted. Lei Wanzhong had long noticed this situation. Ever since Qin Feng left, Hua Xiaojin didn't know how to pilot the Black Dragon fighter jet. She only carefully pressed the launch button of the Wind and Cloud Demon Cannon. As for the other launch buttons, she didn't dare to press them at all. Haha, that guy fought with the Saint Gate disciples for a long time. Even if he had a lot of ammunition, he would have run out by now. This time, let's show him our power. Chapter 14:15. The Flying Tiger mech's speed skyrocketed. Lei Wanzhong activated the invisibility function again. The Flying Tiger mech suddenly disappeared in the night sky, scaring Hua Xiaojin. Don't be afraid, Xiaojin. I've locked onto that guy. Continue to lure them. Qin Feng's voice came from the cockpit. The Black Dragon series of Star Technology battle equipment was all connected. Hua Xiaojin was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Got it, young Master Qiao. You have to be careful. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time. He was in the cockpit of the Black Dragon tank. He quickly pressed a few buttons, and the roof of the tank opened. An anti-aircraft gun was ready, and 5 anti-aircraft shells had been purchased. Although the Flying Tiger mech had activated the invisibility function, in Qin Feng's vision, there were 2 red dots moving quickly in the sky. One of the red dots was the Flying Tiger mech's position. The Flying Tiger mech's full acceleration was twice as fast as the Black Dragon mech. In a short while, Lei Wanzhong had already caught up with Hua Xiaojin. In the cockpit, Lei Shan was dancing with joy. Lei Wanzhong's old face also revealed a cold smile. He looked at the big screen in front of him. Seeing that the target had been locked on, he quickly pressed the launch button beside his hand. Rumble! A muffled explosion sounded, but it came from the ground. The huge commotion caused the entire mountain city to shake. Lei Wanzhong's hand paused for a moment as he quickly looked at the ground. 5 beams of red light shot up into the sky, scaring him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Dad, what is that? Why is there a tank on the ground? Lei Shan also realized something was wrong, but Lei Wanzhong didn't have time to answer. The Flying Tiger mech that they were piloting emitted a loud noise. The mech was like a kite with a broken string, swaying unsteadily in the night sky. The 5 anti-aircraft guns all hit the Flying Tiger mech, but it didn't destroy the mech directly. The tail of the mech emitted thick black smoke, but it was still flying in the air. Oh no, they're trying to escape. Xiaojin, fire quickly. Qin Feng quickly realized what Lei Wanzhong was thinking, and quickly communicated with Hua Xiaojin through the walkie-talkie. The Black Dragon mech was now in unmanned flight mode. Hua Xiaojin looked at the control panel, which was densely packed with buttons and couldn't sit still. Young Master Qiao. I only know how to shoot the cannonball. I don't know how to aim. Qin Feng was depressed. Before he left, he had told Hua Xiaojin how to fire the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. It was really hard on him to let this girl drive the Black Dragon mech to chase after the Flying Tiger mech. A few more loud explosions came from the ground, but the Flying Tiger mech had already flown far away, and the anti-aircraft cannons did not hit the mech. Qin Feng immediately put away the Black Dragon tank. A pink light flickered in the night sky. When Qin Feng returned to the cabin of the Black Dragon fighter, Hua Xiaojin jumped in fright. Ah, young Master Qiao, when did you come in? Qin Feng didn't have time to explain too much. He pushed the accelerator to its limit, and instantly, beams of fire shot out from the Black Dragon mech's tail. The mech's speed increased explosively, and the huge inertia caused Hua Xiaojin to scream repeatedly. Young Master Qiao, this fighter jet can actually fly so fast. I can't even see the image in front of me clearly. Hua Xiaojin felt like she was in a dream as the surrounding buildings and scenery quickly receded. Even Qin Feng was stunned by the Black Dragon mech's full speed. It was almost twice as fast as the Golden Whirlwind Wheel. The flying tiger mech, which had originally disappeared into a black, gradually returned to its original appearance. Qin Feng had already aimed at the target. With a big slap of his hand, the bottom of the cabin opened, and 3 tracking missiles flew out. In the next second, the sky exploded into a sea of fire, as if it was going to split open a hole in the sky. Hit! Young Master Qiao, you really hit it. Hua Xiaojin was stunned at first, but suddenly screamed excitedly. The flying tiger mech was really hit and instantly exploded into debris, falling to the ground and creating a huge pit. It seemed like in a few breaths, the black dragon mech had already landed on the edge of the huge pit. Young Master Qiao, are the people on the mech dead? The 2 jumped out of the mech. The huge pit was filled with thick smoke, and they couldn't see the situation inside. Qin Feng pulled Hua Xiaojin and stood vigilantly at the side. He bought a talisman of clairvoyance and looked into the thick smoke, but he didn't even see a shadow. I actually let them escape. Qin Feng's face turned cold, and he quickly looked around in the dark night, but he couldn't find Lei Wanzhong and Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin was shocked. She couldn't understand how the other party could escape in the air, no matter how hard she thought. Xiaojin, stand guard above. If anyone comes, tell me immediately. Qin Feng instructed and jumped into the huge pit. Hua Xiaojin was so anxious that her palms were sweating. There was a pile of destroyed mech debris under the ground, but the main body was still intact. Qin Feng carefully examined the flying tiger mech. He couldn't understand how this mech, which was built with external technology, could be so powerful. Master, the outer shell of this mech has been modified with materials similar to the black dragon mech. Its defense is amazing. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng was shocked. From the looks of it, the person who modified this flying tiger mech was definitely the owner of the system, and it was most likely Lei Wanzhong. After a round of inspection, Qin Feng made another important discovery. The energy system of this flying tiger mech had been modified to be powered by spiritual energy. As long as there were enough spirit stones, this mech could continue flying. Even the 2 laser cannons inside had been modified to function with spiritual energy. It was similar to Qin Feng's Wind, Cloud, Mad demon cannon. As long as there was spiritual energy input, the laser cannons would convert spiritual energy into spiritual energy and fire spiritual energy bullets. These discoveries made Qin Feng certain that this mech had been modified by the owner of the system. It was rare to see such powerful combat power. Unfortunately, Lei Wanzhong had escaped. This made Qin Feng very depressed. Young Master Qiao, did you find anything? Hua Xiaojin quickly ran over when she saw Qin Feng jump onto the ground. Nothing. Let's leave this place tonight. Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and Flaming Dragon Horse galloped through the sky. Hua Xiaojin was already on the horse in Qin Feng's arms. Young Master Qiao, where are we going? We didn't see any disciples from the 1,000 Shadow Sect at the Science and Technology exhibition. Let's go to the outskirts of Fire Beacon City. Elder Xingshan Fangyan said that he met disciples from the 1,000 Shadow Sect there. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin rushed through the night towards the outskirts of Fire Beacon City. At the same time, a group of beautiful women had arrived at the Spirit Immortal City. The 8 women had suddenly entered the Divine Land. They did not bring any gold bars with them, and the banknotes they brought with them were useless in this place. They had been running from Fire Beacon City to the Spirit Immortal City, and many of them had worn out their shoes. The journey was arduous and dangerous. However, when the 8 women raised their heads and saw the words Spirit Immortal City carved on the city gate, the grievances and disappointment in their hearts vanished like smoke. Ruoro, we're finally here. The Spirit Immortal City is really here. Xiao Li was so excited that her eyes were wet. The rest of the women were jumping in excitement, and some of them were crying. After all, they were girls in their 20s, and they had never suffered such hardships before. Sisters, cheer up. We'll see Qin Feng soon. Su Ruoro also wanted to cry, but she suppressed her grievances and comforted Qiao Shishir and the others. Zhang Kuku was impatient. She had already flown up the mountain. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the spirit immortal city at night? An angry roar came from the top of the mountain. The generals of the Qiao family and the Orc army were guarding the entrance of the city day and night. When Zhang Kuku reached the top of the mountain, Su Ruoro and the other women's expressions changed drastically. Is Big Brother Qin Feng here? Zhang Kuku pouted and glared at the Qiao family and the orcs. She was not afraid at all. She glared at Zhang Kuku and yelled, "What Big Brother Qin Feng? You're in the wrong place. This is the territory of the spirit immortal city. Those who have no business here should leave now, or else don't blame me for being rude." Qin Feng appeared in the divine land as Qiao Feng. Only Qiao Shi and a few other high-ranking members of the Qiao family knew about his real identity. Moreover, Qin Feng was out searching for the Thousand Shadows sect. The Qiao family would never expect that someone in the divine land would come looking for him. Why are you so fierce? This spirit immortal city might be built by Big Brother Qin Feng. Be careful. I'll ask him to teach you a lesson when I find him. Zhang Kuku yelled angrily. Qiao Jin raised her saber and was about to attack Zhang Kuku when Su Ruoro and the other women rushed to the top of the mountain. The Thousand Illusion Child was the fastest among them. She quickly stood in front of Zhang Kuku. Everyone calm down. We're here to look for Qin Feng. He should be the governor of the spirit immortal city, the Thousand Illusion Child said. She could sense Qiao Jin's dense true qi and knew that they were no match for her. Along the way, the women discovered a serious problem. Although Zhang Kuku was fierce, her strength was strange. She almost caused them to die from time to time. Qiao Jin was stunned. She stopped in front of the 8 women and said, "Our governor is Qiao Shi. You must have found the wrong person." The women's expressions changed, and the light in their beautiful eyes dimmed. Could it be a coincidence? Did Qin Feng not build the spirit immortal city on purpose? Qiao Shi ran to Qiao Jin with a shocked expression. "You know my father? Who are you? Bring me to see my father now." The women were shocked. They were completely confused by Qiao Shi's action. Qiao Jin was also stunned. He took a closer look at Qiao Shi and his expression changed. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice, Shi, are you Shi? Qiao Shi was even more certain that the man in front of her was also a member of the Qiao family. However, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. Qiao Shi did not dare to recognize him. "I'm Shi. Qiao Shi from the Spirit Beast Clan's Qiao family." Qiao Jin dropped the saber in his hand and hugged Qiao Shi. "Shi, is it really you? I'm your uncle, Qiao Jin. It's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect to see you again." Qiao Jin was almost 50 years old. Tears welled up in his eyes. Qiao Shi was already crying. She forced herself to calm down and asked, "Uncle Jin, is Qin Feng here? He purposely came to the Despair Land to save you. Is Spirit Immortal City built by Qin Feng?" No matter how stupid Qiao Jin was, he realized that Qin Feng was Qiao Feng. Sure, you're talking about the Beast King, right? He built the Spirit Immortal City and named it by himself, but he's not in the city now. He went to Fire Beacon City to find the Thousand Shadows sect a few days ago. Chapter 1416. In the Divine Continent, there were many sects. Outside of the 8 great cities was a public Fire Beacon City. Aside from the flourishing main city, Fire Beacon City also had 4 famous outskirts. These 4 areas were the best places for the disciples of the great sects to train. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin were currently in the outskirts of Fire Beacon City's northern mountain. "Young Master Qiao, this palace is so luxurious," Hua Xiaojin stood in the crowded hall and looked around with a shocked expression. The two of them were currently in the mission hall of the northern outskirts. Gathered inside were disciples from the great sects of the divine continent. This northern district's fire beacon hall was indeed built extremely luxuriously. Even a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng was a bit surprised. The palace was 5 to 6 meters tall and was supported by Roman pillars. The walls were even illuminated by luminous pearls. As for the gold paper that covered the walls, it was the lowest quality material. Qin Feng quickly regained his senses. He was here to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect, so he was not interested in this luxurious place. The lobby was packed with people. Everyone was waiting in line to receive quests. With great difficulty, it was Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin's turn. The receptionist behind the half-height wall had a cold expression. It was as if someone owed him $5 million. "What mission do you want to accept?" The man did not even look at Qin Feng and asked with a cold tone. "I want to inquire about something." A few days ago, before Qin Feng could finish, the man suddenly raised his head and glared at him, interrupting him. "Inquire about what? Don't you know what this place is? If you want to accept a mission, then hurry up. Don't delay the people behind you." The receptionist's attitude was extremely arrogant. Even Hua Xiaojin could not stand it anymore. She couldn't help but complain, "Sir, don't be so fierce. We are here to accept a mission." The man was just about to reprimand Hua Xiaojin when his gaze fell upon her peerlessly beautiful face. He forcefully swallowed his harsh words back down his throat. "Oh, the little beauty is also here to accept a mission? What mission do you have in mind?" The receptionist's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Qin Feng had long seen through the lecherous look in his eyes. Hua Xiaojin said innocently, "Sir, our young master wants to find the Thousand Shadows sect disciples to do the same mission as them." The receptionist secretly glared at Qin Feng, but the instant he looked at Hua Xiaojin, his smile returned. "You want to inquire about the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadow sect's disciples? I can tell you that a few days ago, the Thousand Shadow sect's disciples did indeed accept a mission from me. However, the northern branch of the Fire Beacon Hall has a rule that strictly protects the information of every mission taker." Hua Xiaojin frowned and pouted. "Ah, then what should he do?" "Sir, please be kind and tell us." The receptionist's heart was tickled by Hua Xiaojin's cute appearance. He had long since thrown Qin Feng to the side as if he was air. He stuck his face in front of Hua Xiaojin and said, "Little beauty, it's not that I can't tell you, but there must be some reward." Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She said nervously, "Sir, what reward do you want?" "How about this? You accompany me for the night. When I'm satisfied, I'll tell you where the Thousand Shadow sect's disciples went." The receptionist's fox tail finally revealed itself. Hua Xiaojin was so angry that her face turned cold. Perhaps it was because she was cultivating now, but her personality had become much stronger. "Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am already young Master Qiao's woman. In this life, I will not serve anyone else." Hua Xiaojin's tone was cold. The smile on the receptionist's face disappeared. He suddenly glared at Hua Xiaojin and roared, "Humph! You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Who do you think you are, a lowly servant? It's your good fortune that this master has taken a liking to you. He gave you a chance to serve this master, but you don't know how to cherish it? You're simply unreasonable. Stop talking, or else I won't be polite to you." Hua Xiaojin was completely enraged. Her lily-white hands touched the violet cloud sword on her back. The receptionist did not even care about Hua Xiaojin. He slammed the wall and the table and roared, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You dare to be rude to me? Today I'll let you know who I am." Boom! As the man spoke, he jumped out, and his huge fist had already landed. Hua Xiaojin's reaction was also very fast. The violet cloud sword pierced through the air. Her body was immediately enveloped in a purple mist, as if she was a fairy in the clouds. This sword shot out dozens of sword auras, completely breaking through the receptionist's fist force. Boom! A violent explosion exploded in the hall, causing the group of disciples in the queue to scream in fear. Fuck, why are they fighting? Is that woman crazy? She even dares to provoke the deacon of the fire beacon hall? That woman is only at the 4th level of true qi, but Deacon Wang is at the 6th level of true qi. This woman is finished. Sigh. That girl is really as beautiful as a fairy. What a pity. After the crowd understood the situation, the sound of discussion was like a surging tide. Hua Xiaojin's sword fell, and she retreated a few steps, holding her sword with a cold face. Deacon Wang was so angry that his veins were bulging. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Coupled with Hua Xiaojin's sudden use of the violet cloud sword, he was barely able to withstand it. You lowly servant, you dare to use your sword against me? I'm going to strip you naked and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Deacon Wang was furious, and he swung his fist again. This time his attack was clearly stronger. Before his fist arrived, a crack had already exploded in the air. The surging true qi condensed into a palm print in the air, scaring the crowd into retreating far away. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and it was much more intense than what everyone had imagined. Hua Xiaojin foolishly stood in the same place. She did not even have the time to make a move, but she saw Deacon Wang already flying out. The half-height wall of the service window collapsed, and Deacon Wang fell in the ruins. He did not even have the strength to stand up. The originally noisy hall fell into a deathly silence. The crowd of Sacred Gate disciples stared dumbfoundedly at Qin Feng's back. No one recognized him, but they were shocked by his youth and valiance. That Deacon Wang was an expert at the 6th level of true qi, but he was actually unable to withstand the power of Qin Feng's fist. Very quickly, the silent atmosphere was broken. When those disciples came back to their senses, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Is that young man crazy? He actually dared to cause trouble in the Fire Beacon Hall's Northern District branch? This guy is also fierce enough to send Deacon Wang, who is at the 6th level of true qi, flying with one punch. What realm is he at? Such a young hero. Why haven't I heard of him before? What's the use of being so powerful? Today, that brat definitely won't be able to walk out of the Fire Beacon Hall. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Hua Xiaojin trembled in fear. She hurriedly ran to Qin Feng's side, and with a wronged expression, she tugged at the corner of his clothes and said, "Young Master Qiao, it's all this lowly servant's fault. This lowly servant has caused trouble again. Let's hurry and leave." Qin Feng patted Hua Xiaojin's back and did not look at Deacon Wang at all. He comforted her. "Xiaojin, don't be afraid. We don't have to leave. I still want to find out the whereabouts of the 1,000 Shadow Sect." Hua Xiaojin's emotions gradually calmed down. She thought of the big battle last night. Young Master Qiao was someone who had a hidden fighter jet. A fighter jet had repelled dozens of Sacred Gate disciples. She believed that the people of the Fire Beacon Hall could not do anything to young Master Qiao. Less than half a minute after the fight started, a group of guards rushed out from the Fire Beacon Hall. The leader was an old man in his 50s. His gray robe fluttered in the wind as he walked over with his hands behind his back. "Deacon Wang, what's going on here?" The old man looked at the man lying in the ruins. Deacon Wang looked as if he had seen a straw in the water. He endured the pain and climbed up. "Deacon E, you're finally here. Someone dares to cause trouble in our Fire Beacon Hall." The people who came were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Ever since the Fire Beacon Hall was established, no one had come to cause trouble in the past few decades. Deacon Yi's old face immediately darkened. His voice was like that of an angry lion. Who dares to be so bold? Who dares to cause trouble in the Fire Beacon Hall's North Branch? His roar alone scared the crowd and caused them to retreat a few meters. This time, there was no need for Deacon Wang to point out the troublemaker. Only Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin were left standing on the empty ground. "Brat, you're the one causing trouble here? I see that you're tired of living." Deacon Yi coldly glared at Qin Feng. Hua Xiaojin already felt a strong pressure. She couldn't see through Deacon Yi's realm, but she was sure that he was much stronger than Deacon Wang. In the entire hall, only Qin Feng had a calm expression. He said, as if nothing had happened, "That brat dared to disrespect my woman. Hitting him was already a light punishment." Deacon Yi's expression kept changing. He understood Deacon Wang's lustful nature. This kind of thing wasn't strange at all. Who told the Fire Beacon Hall to have such a strong backing? So what if he took liberties with a woman? However, there were hundreds of people gathered in the hall. Deacon Yi couldn't just sit back and do nothing. This would affect the image and style of the Fire Beacon Hall. "Deacon Wang, is that person speaking the truth?" Deacon Yi's expression was cold. Deacon Wang was so scared that he trembled, but he refused to admit it. "Deacon Yi, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person I, WNG Lei, am? How could I do such a thing?" Deacon Yi somewhat admired WNG Lei. This brat lied without blinking. Hua Xiaojin was unhappy and said, "Deacon Yi, it was that person who disrespected me verbally. He's not a good person at all. I hope Deacon Yi can see through this." WNG Lei was anxious. He glared at Hua Xiaojin and roared, "You lowly servant, shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Don't you know who you are? Do you think I'd like you?" Seeing that the two sides were about to fight again, Deacon Yi glared at WNG Lei. Then he looked at Hua Xiaojin and said, "Miss, since both sides have their reasons for this, please come with me. I need to investigate this in detail." Hua Xiaojin wasn't stupid. She knew that if she left with this old man, she would definitely be done for. However, before she could refuse, Qin Feng suddenly said, "That's fine. I believe Deacon Yi will give us justice." Hua Xiaojin suddenly froze. In her impression, young Master Qiao was extremely intelligent and had unique insight. How could he be so foolish today? Chapter 1417. Qin Feng held Hua Xiaojin in his arms and patted her waist. "Don't be afraid. I believe that Deacon Yi is a fair person and will definitely handle it impartially." These words made everyone dumbfounded, and they looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. For a moment, many people's hearts were balanced. They were originally envious of Qin Feng for being so strong at such a young age, but they found that this person was a fool. Even Deacon Yi was stunned for a moment and was almost embarrassed by Qin Feng's praise. WNG Lei couldn't stop laughing in his heart, but he said with a serious face, "All right, let Deacon Yi investigate this matter. You two follow us inside to make a statement." The people of the Fire Beacon Hall had already walked inside, and Qin Feng followed with Hua Xiaojin in his arms. Hua Xiaojin was full of anxiety along the way. She was sure that as long as they went inside, Deacon Yi and the others would become hostile. "Young Master Qiao, they have bad intentions. We can't go." Hua Xiaojin secretly persuaded. Even she could see the truth. How could Qin Feng not understand? However, he acted as if nothing had happened and had already walked into a single room inside with Hua Xiaojin in his arms. The layout of the room was simple and the space was spacious. As soon as Deacon Yi entered the room, he gave the guards a look and they immediately left. Deacon Yi! WNG Lei looked like he couldn't wait to make a move, but was interrupted by Deacon Yi. WNG Lei, go guard the door, don't let anyone in. WNG Lei's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Deacon Yi meant. "Deacon, that kid is somewhat powerful." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Deacon Yi. "How powerful can he be?" Go out if I tell you to. Are you afraid that I will be beaten? WNG, Lay didn't dare to say any more. He knew how powerful Deacon E was. He was a powerful person who had stepped into the 7th level of true Qi. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, how could he beat Deacon E? I will guard the door. If there is anything, just call me Deacon E. WNG Lay closed the door and walked out, leaving only Qin Feng and the other two in the room. Hua Xiaojin realized that the old man was about to make a move, and it was very likely that he was going to kill them. She did not wait for the other party to make a move, and she had already nervously pulled out the purple sunset sword from her back. Qin Feng and Deacon E were stunned, and a sneer appeared on Deacon Yi's face. Humph! You don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to sneak an attack on me. Don't blame me for killing you. Deacon E was looking for an excuse to attack Hua Xiaojin, and now Hua Xiaojin had found one for him. His skinny palms suddenly waved out as fast as lightning, and Hua Xiaojin did not even have the chance to react. She could already feel death shrouding her. Rumble! A loud sound exploded in Hua Xiaojin's ears. She discovered that she wasn't injured at all. That violent palm wind was blocked by Qin Feng, and the two people's fists and palms collided. It was actually a draw. However, Qin Feng knew that this was not a draw. No matter what, he was only at the 6th stage of true Qi, forcefully withstanding a powerful palm strike from a 7th stage of true Qi. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging violently. If he didn't forcefully support his body, he would have already spat out a mouthful of blood. Deacon E was not much better. He took 2 steps back to stabilize his body, but he quickly suppressed his surging true Qi and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. You actually stepped into the 7th stage of true Qi at such a young age? Deacon E couldn't accept this fact. He had trained hard since he was a child, and used countless cultivation resources to step into the 7th stage of true Qi at the age of 50. Looking at Qin Feng, he was only in his early 20s. Such a young man at the 7th stage of true Qi could be counted on one hand in the entire divine land. It's just the 7th stage of true Qi. What's so difficult about it? Qin Feng said, pretending to be calm. Deacon Yi's heart was in turmoil. He realized that Qin Feng was not as simple as he seemed. With such powerful skills, he would be a genius disciple in any sect in the divine land. He could even be promoted to the position of little elder. Even Deacon, he had to think twice before dealing with such an outstanding youth. Which sect are you a disciple of? Why haven't I heard of you before? I am an ordinary disciple of the Celestial Soul Sect, Qiao Feng. Deacon Yi's expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Currently, the Spirit Immortal Sect was the most mysterious sect in the divine land. It was a powerful sect that conquered 2 cities in one night. It was said that many sacred sects had sent people to attack Spirit Immortal City, but none of them returned. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Deacon E heard a piece of shocking news in Firebeacon City. An ordinary disciple of the Spirit Immortal Sect named Qiao Feng caused a ruckus in the Science Museum and was killed by Hua Tian, the elder of the 10 Traces sect. But this Qiao Feng was standing right in front of him. Did he come back to life? Very quickly, Deacon E calmed down. He knew this was not a fake corpse. In other words, Hua Tian did not kill Qiao Feng, but was killed by Qiao Feng instead, so it's young hero Qiao Feng. It seems that there was some misunderstanding earlier. Fortunately, it has been resolved now. Deacon Yi's attitude suddenly changed. It was as if he was chatting with an old friend. Hua Xiaojin still had not figured out the situation. She held her sword and stared at Deacon E. Qin Feng knew very well why this person changed his attitude, but he pretended not to know. Deacon E, since it's a misunderstanding, then it's fine. Now, I have something to ask you. I hope Deacon E can answer me. Young hero Qiao Feng, please speak. If I know, I will definitely tell you. Qin Feng did not waste any time and changed the topic, This time I came to ask about the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciple. I heard that a disciple from their sect accepted a mission here a few days ago." Deacon Yi's old face wrinkled, and he sighed. "Young Hero Chow Foam, I do know about this, but I can't tell you. This is the rule of our Fire Beacon Hall. As for—" Chin Fong could not be bothered to listen to this old man's nonsense and interrupted him. "Of course I know about this. This is just a small token. Deacon Yi, you can tell me now, right?" A wave of dense spiritual qi floated over and instantly increased the density of the spiritual qi in the room by more than 10 times. Deacon Yi looked at the several hundred high-grade spirit stones that suddenly appeared on the table. His eyes widened, and he could not take his eyes off them. Haha, young Hero Chow is really generous. I really don't know where the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciple went. Perhaps this mission list will be of help to you." Deacon Yi brought over a scroll, and Chin Fong immediately opened it. On it was a list of the people who accepted the mission in the Fire Beacon Hall. The records were very detailed, including the time, location, the number of people, the mission they completed, and so on. Chin Fong scanned through the list and quickly found the information about the Thousand Shadow Sect's disciples. According to the records, 5 days ago, 3 female disciples from the Thousand Shadow Sect and 3 male disciples from the Soul Blade Sect teamed up and went to Poison Sun City to complete a mission. Chin Fong was puzzled. What kind of place was Poison Sun City? Young Hero Chow, you have gotten what you wanted. We are even now. Deacon Yi chuckled as he placed the high-grade spirit stones on the table into his storage ring. He looked as if he was afraid that Chin Fong would go back on his word. Chin Fong had more than 80,000 high-grade spirit stones on him, so why would he care about a few hundred? Deacon Yi, don't worry. Those spirit stones are already yours. Oh, right. What kind of place is Poison Sun City? Chin Fong asked. Deacon Yi was stunned and looked at Chin Fong in disbelief. Young Hero Chow, you don't even know about Poison Sun City? Chin Fong realized that he had been exposed and quickly explained. Maybe Deacon Yi doesn't know, but I have been cultivating in the sect since I was young. This is my first time leaving the sect, so I know very little about the outside world. Deacon Yi smiled and didn't think too much about it. He finally understood why Chin Fong was able to reach True Qi Stage 7 at such a young age. He had been cultivating since he was young. Young Hero Chow, cultivation is indeed important, but you should also come out often to train. In the Divine Great Land, other than the 8 great cities and Fire Beacon City, there are 2 other death zones. One is called Extreme Ice City, and the other is Poison Sun City. They are called death zones because of their extremely harsh environments. Extreme Ice City is like winter all year round, and the temperature is always below -30 degrees. It is impossible to stay there during the coldest time. Poison Sun City is the opposite. It is like summer all year round, and the average temperature is more than 50 degrees. At its best, it can even burn people. Right now, it is winter in the Divine Great Land and also the lowest temperature in Poison Sun City. Therefore, many disciples go there to train and search for treasures. Deacon Yi's explanation gave Chin Fong a new understanding of the Divine Great Land. Hua Xiaojin was a commoner in the past, so she had no chance of coming into contact with such a high level of society. This was also her first time hearing about this. After understanding the situation, Chin Fong didn't waste any time and immediately brought Hua Xiaojin to Poison Sun City to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow Sect. When the 2 of them left, they saw WNG lay still guarding the door. However, when he saw the 2 of them unharmed, WNG Lei looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, why aren't you dead? Deacon Yi followed behind and directly slapped WNG Lei's face. You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? Young Hero Chow is my friend. How could you die? WNG Lei was stunned and looked at Deacon Yi in a daze. Deacon Fu, didn't you want to kill the 2 of them in the room? Why are you attacking me now? Are you muddle-headed or something? Deacon Yi was furious, now that he knew Chin Feng's identity. He didn't have the confidence to kill Qin Feng. Moreover, he wouldn't kill Qin Feng at all. This person was extremely powerful, and he was a disciple of the spiritual immortal sect. He had many treasures on him, and Deacon E couldn't wait to befriend him. Huh, Deacon E, to think that I treated you as a friend. So you want to frame me? Qin Feng's face suddenly turned cold. WNG, Lei didn't understand the situation. He glared at him and roared, "Pay! With Deacon Yi's status, why would he frame you? He already discussed with me to kill the two of you in public." WNG Lei's arrogant attitude suddenly froze, and he was slapped into the corridor more than 10 meters away by Deacon E. "You bastard! When did I say something like that? You even dare to frame me? I think you're tired of living." Deacon E was a true Qi Stage 7 expert. When he exploded, he was like an angry lion. WNG Lei forgot the pain in his body and was stunned as if he was dreaming. Chapter 1418. WNG Lei didn't even have the chance to speak as he was beaten unconscious by Enforcer E. After beating WNG Lei up, Enforcer E didn't even bother to look at WNG Lei. He chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "Young Hero Qiao, that brat actually dared to verbally disrespect your wife. This kind of person is a disgrace to our fire beacon hall." Enforcer E spoke with a straight face, as though he was telling the truth. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by this kind of chameleon. When he was still a hedonistic young master in China, he would see dozens of them every day. On the other hand, Hua Xiaojin sighed inwardly. This was truly a society where money and fists spoke the loudest. "Enforcer E, hurry up and bring us to the teleportation array." Qin Feng found out that the people from the Fire Beacon Hall had to arrange a teleportation array to take them to the mission area. The only entrance to Poison Sun City was located in the northern suburbs of Fire Beacon City. In other words, without the guidance of the Fire Beacon Hall, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter Poison Sun City. Under Enforcer Yi's lead, the three of them walked out of the Fire Beacon Hall's northern office and arrived at a barren mountain. This was a barren mountain, but it was filled with disciples from various holy gates. Qin Feng quickly discovered that this was the teleportation array for various missions. Not only were there disciples heading to Poison Sun City, but there were also disciples heading to other places. Enforcer E. The disciples of the Fire Beacon Hall came up to greet Enforcer E. The disciples from other holy gates also looked over. When they saw that Enforcer E had personally brought Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin over, they couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. Who exactly was Qin Feng? In an instant, they became the center of attention. Hua Xiaojin followed behind Qin Feng nervously. Qin Feng was already used to it. At this time, Enforcer E stopped at a mountain peak with dense spiritual energy. He looked at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Young Hero Qiao, are you guys ready? Poison Sun City is filled with danger. You must be careful when you go there." Enforcer E, thank you for your trouble. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the old man. Instead, he rubbed his thumb and index finger and smiled at Qin Feng. "Young Hero Qiao, it takes a lot of spirit stones to activate this teleportation portal. Normally, 50 disciples would be teleported together, but I'm making an exception and teleporting both of you separately. Of course, the cost will be higher." Qin Feng smiled. Hua Xiaojin rolled her eyes. She had seen young Master Qiao give the old man a lot of spirit stones earlier in the house. She did not expect the old man to be so greedy. Qin Feng didn't care about those spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of spirit stones fell to the ground. Deacon Yi's eyes lit up. "It's fine now, right?" Qin Feng said with a cold expression. "Hee. All right, I'll activate the formation to send the two of you over now." Deacon E reminded them, "Young Hero Qiao, the temporary formation this time can last for a month. After a month, The two of you must rush back to the place where you were teleported to. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to come out again. Qin Feng had upgraded the 5 elements formation to a heaven and earth formation, so he had a good understanding of formations. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of green light suddenly appeared in the air under the cliff. Deacon Yi shouted anxiously, "Young hero Qiao, the formation door has been opened. Hurry and take your beloved wife in." Without needing Deacon Yi to say anything, Qin Feng had already jumped off the cliff with Hua Xiaojin in his arms. Hua Xiaojin was shocked. From her point of view, it was a cliff. If she jumped down like that, wouldn't she be smashed to pieces? Just as Hua Xiaojin was about to remind Qin Feng, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The mountains and rivers all disappeared as if they had entered darkness. Hua Xiaojin felt as if her bones were about to be crushed by the violent wind. However, a true qi barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping her and Qin Feng within it. Suddenly it felt as if the wind was calm and the waves were calm. "Young Master Qiao, this..." Hua Xiaojin was dumbfounded. Qin Feng hugged her tighter and said, "This is a teleportation portal. Don't worry, we will reach our destination soon." Hua Xiaojin's heart calmed down. She was satisfied as long as she could stay by young Master Qiao's side. Even if they were to die together in this formation, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Feng knew that the two of them would be fine. The force of this teleportation portal was much weaker than the one used to enter the Absolute Gate. As long as one reached the 5th layer of genuine qi, they would be able to withstand it. Poison Sun City was probably quite a distance away from Fire Beacon City. The two of them stayed in the teleportation portal for a while before their eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if they could see the sun after the clouds were dispelled. Hua Xiaojin finally felt her feet land on the ground. She found her sense of reality and sense of security. However, when she looked around, her small mouth immediately opened wide. "Young Master Qiao, where is this?" Qin Feng was also stunned. In front of him was a vast desert. The sky was clear for thousands of miles without even a single cloud in sight. The scorching sun was high up in the sky. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin were still wearing thick clothes. They had only arrived at Poison Sun City for less than a minute, but they were already sweating profusely. "Xiaojin, take off your clothes. Don't get a heat stroke." Qin Feng quickly came back to his senses. He had already taken off his outer clothes. He knew that this was Poison Sun City. Hua Xiaojin was still in a daze. Not long ago, she was still in Fire Beacon City. Now, she was suddenly in Poison Sun City. She even felt as if she had transmigrated. "Ah, young Master Qiao, why are you naked?" When Hua Xiaojin came back to her senses, she jumped in fright. Qin Feng did not mind at all. He looked around the deserted desert and said, "It's such a hot day. If I don't take off my clothes, I will die." Hua Xiaojin's face was completely red, but she also began to slowly take off her clothes. After Qin Feng finished looking around, his gaze fell on Hua Xiaojin's body. He could not take his eyes off her. "Xiaojin, why are you done?" "Young Master Qiao, didn't you want it?" Hua Xiaojin shyly lowered her head. Qin Feng bitterly smiled. He really only took off his clothes because it was hot. He did not think about anything else. But now Hua Xiaojin was so cooperative. Qin Feng hugged her and rolled around in the desert. When disciples from other sects came to Poison Sun City, they all raced against time to complete their missions. In the entire Divine Continent, Qin Feng was probably the only one who came here to fight in the wilderness. After the battle, the two of them were covered in sweat. Qin Feng waved his hand and threw a short dress to Hua Xiaojin. "Xiaojin, put this on. We're going to find the disciples of the 1,000 Shadow Sect." Hua Xiaojin foolishly took the latest style dress from the outside world. After studying it for a long time, she still could not figure out how to wear it. Qin Feng had already put on the beach pants and tank top. He was amused by Hua Xiaojin's silly look. "Come, let me help you." Hua Xiaojin shyly lowered her head and did not speak. Qin Feng helped her put on the clothes. Hua Xiaojin stood up and looked left and right. Her heart was filled with embarrassment. "Young Master Qiao, why do all the people outside dress like this?" "That's right. Don't you think it looks good?" Qin Feng glanced at Hua Xiaojin. This girl was very eye-catching in a sexy short dress. Hua Xiaojin remembered the beautiful shopping guides in miniskirts she saw in the Science and Technology Museum. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "It doesn't look good at all. It feels like I'm not wearing anything. If I'm not careful, I'll be exposed. I'll just wear my own long robe." Qin Feng pulled her back. This was Poison Sun City. How could she wear a long robe and act like an Indian? "If I say it looks good, then it looks good. We don't need those 2 sets of clothes anymore. Let's hurry and go." Qin Feng gave the order. Hua Xiaojin could only wear the clothes that she felt were inappropriate. Fortunately, Qin Feng had a flaming dragon horse. The 2 of them galloped for an entire afternoon, but they did not see a single person. "Young Master Qiao, this Poison Sun City is so big. It's full of desert. No wonder it's called the Land of Despair." Hua Xiaojin felt a little hopeless. Qin Feng was also worried. Finding the disciples of the Thousand Shadow Sect in this vast desert was like finding a needle in a haystack. "Master, you can buy the super tracking machine from Star Technology." Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng hurriedly used his mind to enter the system and quickly found the super tracking machine in Star Technology's interface. After looking through it, he found that the super tracking machine was specially made for scouting and gathering information. It was not expensive, only costing 2,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng bought one without thinking and immediately released the super tracking machine. Hua Xiaojin had no idea what was going on. She pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Wow! Young Master Qiao, look, there's a little bird." Ever since the 2 of them arrived at Poison Sun City, they had not seen a single living creature. It was no wonder that Hua Xiaojin was so excited. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Xiaojin, what's wrong with your eyes?" "That's a tracking machine. I released it to find a target." Hua Xiaojin was so embarrassed that she shut her mouth. She realized that Qin Feng was really omnipotent. He was like a treasure vault. With the super tracking machine to scout, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He rode the flaming dragon horse as if he was on a vacation. He could also use the black dragon fighter or the hummingbird fighter to look for people. But those 2 fighter jets were too big of a target. Qin Feng felt that it was best to keep a low profile in the Divine Continent. "That's right, Little Pig. Why did the Hero Alliance's communication function and the teleportation function of the space-time gate not work?" Qin Feng asked Little Pig when he had nothing to do. He had discovered this problem when he first entered the Divine Continent. "Master, the magnetic field in the outside world is very different from the Divine Continent. The Hero Alliance functions of the Hedonist sovereign system use the magnetic field and wireless signals to communicate and teleport. Now that we've suddenly come to the Divine Continent, these functions are temporarily disabled because of the magnetic field. They will probably automatically recover in a few days." Qin Feng felt a bit helpless. He had wanted to use the Hero Alliance's communication function to tell Lin Bei Bei and the other women that he was safe, but it seemed that there was no way. "Ah, young Master Qiao, there's a scorpion!" Hua Xiaojin suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feng returned to the real world and found that there were dozens of black poisonous scorpions crawling in the desert. They were very small, but they were extremely fast. They used the desert as cover and appeared and disappeared from time to time, making it difficult for people to track them. The flaming dragon horse suddenly neighed and ran around as if it was frightened. Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she repeatedly cried out, "Young Master Qiao, what happened?" Chapter 1419. With a thought, Qin Fen recalled Flaming Dragon Horse back into the system. He landed on the ground and smacked the yellow sand into the air, creating a huge crater. The scorpions were lying at the bottom of the crater with their bellies upturned. They were clearly dead, but a few rays of light shone in the sand, attracting Hua Xiaozhen's attention. Young Master Qiao, they look like spirit stones. Hua Xiaozhen picked up a few sparkling stones and ran over. Qin Fen glanced at them. They really were spirit stones, and they were all high-grade spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were pitifully small, only the size of a thumb. I remember now, the mission we accepted this time is to kill scorpions and collect spirit stones. Since Qin Fen had come to Poison Sun City, he naturally had to accept a mission. However, he did not care about the mission at all. He was here to find disciples of the Thousand Shadow Sect. When Hua Xiaozhen found out that the scorpions were hiding spirit stones, she immediately became excited. Young Master Qiao, I'll go get some more spirit stones. They'll be very useful to you, right? Qin Fen did not stop her. Since he had nothing to do now, he let Hua Xiaozhen catch scorpions for fun. There were many scorpions hidden in the desert, but the two of them did not take a closer look. Now, Hua Xiaozhen was running in the desert with her sword, looking very happy. Ah, young Master Qiao, I was bitten by a scorpion. After a while, Hua Xiaozhen's cry for help suddenly came from afar. Qin Fen hurried over and saw Hua Xiaozhen sitting on the ground with a pained expression, clutching a handful of spirit stones. Xiaozhen, where did you bite? Qin Fen looked at her with concern. Hua Xiaozhen was in no hurry to explain her situation. Instead, she carefully handed the spirit stones to Qin Fen. Young Master Qiao, Xiaozhen's strength is still too low. After working for so long, I only managed to collect these spirit stones. Please punish me, young Master Qiao. Qin Fen glanced at the small spirit stones. All of them added up couldn't even compare to one high-grade spirit stone that he had on him. However, he carefully received the fruits of Hua Xiaozhen's hard work. He regarded these small spirit stones as more precious than the 80,000 spirit stones he had on him. Xiaozhen, don't move. Let me see your wound. Qin Fen wiped the sweat off Hua Xiaozhen's forehead. Hua Xiaozhen's little face was crimson. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Qin Fen saw that her lips were beginning to turn purple and knew that the poison was taking effect. He immediately reprimanded her. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Tell me. Hua Xiaozhen was startled and suddenly grabbed the bottom of her skirt. This part has been stung. Qin Fen felt a bit dizzy. He finally understood why Hua Xiaozhen was stammering. That wound really did have some secrets. It was really hard on this girl. Cough, cough. Little Zhen, your poison must be sucked out immediately. Don't move, I'll help you. Qin Fen couldn't care less and buried his head. Hua Xiaozhen wanted to refuse, but her body suddenly went limp as if she had been electrocuted. Ah, young Master Qiao, no, you can't do this. Hua Xiaozhen screamed in fright. Just as she was about to struggle, Qin Fen held her down. Xiaozhen, don't move, or else I'll get angry. Hua Xiaozhen was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Poison Sun City was already extremely hot. Under Qin Feng's actions, Hua Xiaozhen felt as if she was going to burn. The blood Qin Feng spat out gradually turned from black to normal. Only then did he calm down. When he raised his head to look, he caught a glimpse of something that almost made him lose his composure. Senior Brother Xian, there's someone over there. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind her. It scared Hua Xiaozhen so much that she hurriedly put down her skirt and pulled up her clothes. Qin Feng had already stood up to look. A group of 12 people were galloping over on fine horses. Nay, a group of fine horses reared up and let out a long neigh. The group of people had already stopped in front of Qin Feng. From their attire, The 12 people were from 3 different sections. Each sect had 4 disciples. Among them, a man wearing the mysterious ice sect's attire sat on a horse. He arrogantly stared at Qin Feng and shouted, "Brat, which sect are you from?" Qin Feng didn't think highly of the mysterious ice sect. Back in the secular world, Yi Beixian of the capitals, Yi family wanted to force Dongfang Qing Shui to marry him. Later, Qin Feng killed Yi Beixian, Xianzhen, and the other disciples who had come out of seclusion. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Qin Feng's face was filled with impatience. The 12 people were stunned. They looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. They didn't know where this brat got his confidence to be so arrogant. Senior brother Xianqi, this adulterous couple are not good people. One look and you can tell that they're doing that kind of thing. A woman from Purple Cloud Mountain rolled her eyes and said. Everyone looked at Hua Xiaozhen, who was sitting on the ground behind Qin Feng. Hua Xiaozhen was wearing a short skirt, revealing her long and beautiful legs. Just now, Qin Feng was lying next to her legs. Clearly, these people had misunderstood the situation. Other than the mysterious ice sect and Purple Cloud Mountain, the other group of people were disciples of the Bailey sect. At that moment, the 8 men from the mysterious ice sect and the Bailey sect were staring at Hua Xiaozhen. They were completely attracted by her beauty. The 4 female disciples of Purple Cloud Mountain were immediately unhappy. Ziyu, who was leading the group, complained, "Senior brother Xianqi, senior brother Long, let's not waste our breath on this adulterous couple. Let's continue on our way." Poison Sun City was a place of despair. One could only enter through the stratagem of the Fire Beacon Hall. After entering, life and death depended on one's fists. Many sect disciples killed each other for treasures. Therefore, before everyone entered, they formed teams. For example, the disciples of the mysterious ice sect, Purple Cloud Mountain, and the Bailey sect formed alliances. This way, they wouldn't be easily bullied. Now that Qin Feng had brought Hua Xiaozhen in, he had become the target of Xianqi and Long Zhiwei. Junior sister Ziyu, don't be anxious. It's rare to see disciples separated in Poison Sun City. How can you let that brat off so easily? Xianqi looked at Qin Feng with a playful expression. Long Zhiwei stared at Hua Xiaozhen and said, "This girl is quite pretty. Seeing how frivolous and cheap she is, I must teach her a lesson." The 2 of them were overjoyed as they spoke. It was as if Qin Feng and Hua Xiaozhen were really doomed. Ziyu had relied on her beauty to entice Xianqi and Long Zhiwei to protect her and her 3 junior sisters. Now that she saw that the 2 of them had been charmed by Hua Xiaozhen, a wave of resentment rose in her heart. "Senior brother Long, you dare to play with that woman? Be careful not to catch some disease," Ziyu said in a strange tone. Long Zhiwei didn't care. He was already laughing as he pounced on Hua Xiaozhen. "We are all cultivators. Why should we be afraid of getting sick? Junior sister Ziyu, don't worry. I am just playing with that bitch. My true feelings for you will never rumble." Long Zhiwei's smile was still on his face, but his body suddenly exploded in midair. The crowd was instantly stunned. The horses were also frightened and neighed. They saw Qin Feng slowly retract his long spear. Long Zhiwei had been killed by his spear. Even though they were in the extremely hot Poison Sun City, Xianqi and the others broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't regain their senses for a long time. Long Zhiwei was the eldest senior brother of the 4 from the Bailey sect. He was a strong practitioner at the 6th stage of the True Qi realm, yet he had been killed by an inconspicuous brat in one move. You dare to kill our eldest senior brother? We are disciples of the Bailey sect. Brat, you are dead this time." The 3 Bailey sect disciples finally regained their senses. However, there was still a lingering shock in the depths of their eyes. They didn't even dare to make a move. They could only say some harsh words. Before they could even finish speaking, a red spear suddenly shot out from under the scorching sun. The spear was like an arrow. Before the 3 Bailey sect disciples could regain their senses, they had already been hit by the spear dozens of times and were lying in a pool of blood. The air suddenly froze. It was as if even the horses could feel Qin Fun's power. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound. Xian, Qi, Ziyu, and the others sat on their horses in a daze. There was only one thought left in their minds: escape. However, they found that their legs were trembling. They didn't even have the strength to kick the horses' stomachs. Hua Xiaojin had already run to Qin Fun's side. She held his arm and glared at Xian Qi and the others angrily. Qin Fun's spear stood on the sand. He stared coldly at Xian Qi. "You want me to hand over the treasure? The spear in my hand is not bad. Come and take it yourself." Xian Qi didn't dare to go near Qin Fun. He regretted offending this person. Xian Qi was also depressed. He had entered the 6th stage of the true Qi realm at the age of 35. He was considered a genius in the entire divine prefecture. Now he had met a young man in his early 20s who could kill a 6th stage true Qi realm cultivator with one move. It was a huge blow to him. Young hero, we were just passing by this place. We are in a hurry, so we won't disturb you anymore." Xian Qi looked like he was about to escape. Ziyu didn't even dare to look at Qin Fun. The group of 8 rode away. Hua Xiaojin frowned. "Young Master Qiao, are you going to let them go just like that?" Just as she finished speaking, she saw a flash of pink light in the air. The 4 disciples of Xian Ice sect were suddenly cut in half. Their legs were still on their horses, but their upper bodies were forever left in the vast yellow sand. Screams rang out. The 4 female disciples of Zixia Mountain stopped their horses immediately. They didn't even have the courage to escape. Qin Fun walked over slowly with Hua Xiaojin in his arms. When he got close, Ziyu fell off her horse. She knelt on the ground and trembled. Young master, don't kill me. I am willing to be young master's maid. I will do anything for you." Hua Xiaojin pouted. She was Qin Fun's maid. "I am enough to serve young Master Qiao. You don't need to serve him." The other 3 disciples of Zixia Mountain also got off their horses and knelt on the ground. Ziyu realized that she was also going to die. She clenched her teeth and tore at her clothes. "Young master, this maid is willing to repay you with my body. I only ask that you don't kill me." Qin Fun was speechless by this woman's actions. He didn't intend to kill the 4 women of Zixia Mountain. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. The other 3 women also learned from Big Senior Sister and started to take off their clothes. In a short while, the 4 of them were all naked. Hua Xiaojin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, she didn't say anything. Qin Fun glanced at them and realized that the 4 women were not bad looking. They also had different sizes. "What are you all doing? What kind of person do you think I am?" Qin Fun's face turned cold. Hua Xiaojin's heart was filled with admiration. This was the young Master Qiao that she swore to follow. He was righteous and would never be tempted by women. Chapter 1420. Seeing that Qin Fun wasn't moved by their beauty, the Purple Cloud Mountain disciples were in despair. All they had left was their beauty. "Young master, we have no enmity with each other. Please don't kill us." Violet Rain tried to plead for mercy. Qin Fun said coldly, "If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. I want to ask you a few questions. Answer me truthfully." The 4 women were pleasantly surprised. Violet Rain nodded. "Young Master Qiao, please ask. This little girl knows everything." "Do you often come to Poison Sun City to do missions?" Qin Fun asked. "This is my 4th time in Poison Sun City. This little girl has a good understanding of this area." Violet Rain realized that this was Qin Fun's first time here. She wanted him to be their guide. "Tell me about the situation in Poison Sun City." Why haven't I seen a single person in the afternoon? As Violet Rain saw that her guess was correct, she relaxed even more. Her little life had been saved. Reporting to Sir Chiao, Poison Sun City occupies a massive area. It is an endless desert. The disciples that come here are all here for a mission, so they will gather at the mission area. It is very difficult to see anyone on the road. Chinfin understood and continued to ask, "Where is the mission area? How far is it from our current position?" Poison Sun City has a dozen mission areas. Poisonous, Scorpion Slaughterhouse, Sand Array, Storm Source, Inferno Spring. Before Violet Rain could finish, Chinfin interrupted. "Where is the Fire Beast Battalion?" Violet Rain was startled. She quickly pointed to the west and said, "Young Master Chiao, the Fire Beast Battalion is 1,000 miles west. I can take you there." The reason Chinfin was interested in the Fire Beast Battalion was because he had seen the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciple doing a mission there. The group of 6 set off once again, because Flaming Dragon Horse had been bitten. Chinfin took out the Black Dragon War Chariot. This dazzlingly cool-looking giant SUV was simply a divine tool in the desert. It sped through the desert like an arrow, leaving Violet Rain and the other women dumbfounded. Poison Sun City was like a city that never slept. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still bright. The temperature dropped a bit, but it was still above 40 degrees. The scenery in front of them had changed greatly. Along the way, Qin Feng and Xiao Luo had seen a boundless desert. However, a kilometer away, there was a dotted oasis and a lake that was neither too big nor too small. "Master, there are so many people over there." Hua Xiaojin jumped up in surprise. If she could not see him again, she would feel like she was isolated from the world. Qin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Fire Beast Battalion was just up ahead, but he didn't know if the 1,000 Shadow Sect's disciples were among them. The Black Dragon War Chariot had already been put away by Qin Feng. If this dazzling high-tech product was driven to the Fire Beast Battalion, it would definitely attract everyone's assassination. The two of them waited in the outer region for a while before Violet Rain and the other 3 women finally caught up. "Phew! Chiao, young Master Chiao, you guys are too fast. What is that?" Violet Rain was so tired that she was gasping for breath. Her horse was kneeling on the ground. Qin Feng looked at her heaving chest and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. The more you know, the faster you'll die." The 4 women paled in fear. Violet Rain quickly covered her mouth, not daring to say another word. "Is the Fire Beast Battalion in front?" Qin Feng asked. Violet Rain said cautiously, "Young Master Chiao, the Fire Beast Battalion is in front. The disciples that are here to do missions are mainly to collect fire spirit stones. This type of spirit stone is very precious, and its effects are much stronger than normal spirit stones." Qin Feng knew about the fire spirit stone. Previously, he had obtained this type of rare spirit stone as a reward for completing missions. The fire spirit stone contained concentrated spirit energy and could be used as an attribute material for artifact refinement. The artifact that was forged would have fire attribute special effects. If a disciple cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique and used the fire spirit stone to break through, their cultivation speed would increase by several folds. Qin Feng was not here to collect fire spirit stones. His main objective was to find the 1,000 Shadow Sect's disciples and find out the location of the 1,000 Shadow Sect. The group of 5 was already rushing towards the Fire Beast Battalion. Qin Feng carried Hua Xiaojin and rode on Violet Rain's horse. Violet Rain rode on another horse with another junior sister. The closer they got to the Fire Beast Battalion, the lower the temperature. There was grass and water here, and there was a night breeze, which made Hua Xiaojin feel cool. "All of you, get off your horses." When they arrived at the entrance of the Fire Beast Battalion, they saw a group of people dressed in white robes with a blazing sun pattern engraved on their chests. One of the disciples was shouting at them. Qin Feng remained indifferent, but Violet Rain and the other girls immediately got off their horses. Violet Rain even gave Qin Feng a meaningful look, as though she was afraid of those disciples. What are the two of you standing there for? Are you deaf? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't get off his horse, the man's expression immediately turned cold. Violet Rain felt depressed. She knew that this was Qin Feng's first time in Poison Sun City, and he naturally didn't know how powerful the guards were. Young Master Qiao, these are the heroes of the Ardent Sun sect. This Fire Beast Battalion is guarded by the Ardent Sun sect all year round. You have to listen to their arrangements when you come here. Violet Rain had to remind Qin Feng. She was afraid that if there was a conflict, she would be implicated as well. Qin Feng had heard of the Ardent Sun sect before. This was a large sect that specialized in blazing yang cultivation techniques. There was also the Mystic Ice sect, which specialized in chilling yin cultivation techniques. Qin Feng quickly understood that the Fire Spirit Rock was more useful to the Ardent Sun sect than to the disciples of other sections. It was no wonder that the Ardent Sun sect would occupy this place. The group of guards were all disciples at the 6th stage of True Qi Realm, and the man who shouted at him was at the 7th stage of True Qi Realm. In the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion, there was a faintly discernible aura that was as robust as the sea. Even Qin Feng wasn't confident this trip to Poison Sun City was mainly to search for the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. Qin Feng also wanted to maintain a low profile. He carried Hua Xiaojin off his horse, and at this moment the crowd exclaimed. They finally noticed Hua Xiaojin, who was wearing a short skirt. "Heroes, can we go in now?" Violet Rain said with a flattering smile. The leader of the group was called Yang Su, and he was over 40 years old. He stole a few strange glances at Hua Xiaojin and asked, "Are there any disciples of the 10 tracks among you?" Violet Rain paused for a moment and said, No. Elder Yang, is there a problem?" Yang Su said with a dignified expression, "Some time ago, the 10 tracks elder, Hua Tian, offended the various sacred sects. Now, everyone is suppressing the 10 tracks. If you encounter any disciples of the 10 tracks, just kill them." Violet Rain wasn't clear about these things and was confused. Hua Xiaojin's heart tightened. She knew that these people had misunderstood Hua Tian, that Hua Tian had already been killed by young Master Qiao. "All right, Elder Yang, if we encounter any disciples of the 10 tracks, we will definitely kill them." Violet Rain smiled and looked into the Fire Beast Battalion. Her meaning was clear. "All right, each of you hand over 50 superior grade spirit stones, and you can go in and do your missions," Yang Su said. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that Violet Rain and the other ladies had come. They didn't say anything and handed over 200 spirit stones. Hua Xiaojin felt a little resentful in her heart. She realized that the people of the Divine Continent sects were all very overbearing. This Fire Beast Battalion was originally public land. So why did they have to hand over spirit stones to the Ardent Sun sect? Qin Feng didn't say much. He took out 100 spirit stones and gave it to Yang Su. He mainly wanted to find the disciples of the Thousand Shadow sect. Before that, he didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. The 6 of them handed over the spirit stones and prepared to go in. However, they heard Yang Su suddenly shout, "You and the Zixia sect can go in." "You stay," the others were stunned. Yang Su had specifically said that he wanted to keep Hua Xiaojin. Violet Rain immediately understood what was going on. Previously, she felt that Hua Xiaojin's clothes were too indecent. Now, something bad was going to happen. "You, why do you want me to stay? We have already handed over the spirit stones." Hua Xiaojin angrily glared at Yang Su. She was already a little resentful when Qin Feng took out 100 spirit stones. Today, she had specially hunted the poisonous scorpions to collect spirit stones, so she knew how precious spirit stones were. An evil smile flashed across Yang Su's face. You asked why I want you to stay. You ran out without clothes. Let me help you loosen your bones. Hua Xiaojin's small face darkened. She immediately grabbed the Zixia sword on her back and stabbed forward. Suddenly, the sound of the sword rang out. Purple clouds and mist lingered around her, making her look as charming and colorful as a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The wretched look in Yang Su's eyes became more and more intense. He didn't care about Hua Xiaojin's sword at all. When the Zixia sword was within reach, Yang Su waved his hand, and the surging sword energy immediately dissipated. He caught the edge of the sword with 2 fingers, and his eyes flashed. This is a good sword. Unfortunately, it's a woman's sword. Otherwise, it would be mine. Hua Xiaojin was angry and shocked. Yang Su's strength was too strong. At this moment, Hua Xiaojin couldn't even pull back her sword. Let go of my sword. Don't dirty it. After Hua Xiaojin started cultivating, her personality became more and more domineering. Yang Su was somewhat angry. He waved his hand, and a majestic true energy surged out. It felt like he was going to send Hua Xiaojin flying. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded. Hua Xiaojin was stunned on the spot. She watched as Qin Fin swung his fist towards Yang Su. This punch came too suddenly. Yang Su sent out a palm in a flurry. The instant the fist and palm collided, the surrounding ground shook. Ziyu and the others, as well as the group of guards, immediately retreated 100 meters away. They were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Qin Fin retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. He felt a scorching and berserk aura enter his body. Yang Su was sent flying dozens of meters away. The moment he fell to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The originally noisy entrance fell into a deathly silence. Ziyu and the others, as well as the guards, were dumbfounded. That was Elder Yang Su, who was at the 7th stage of True Qi, was actually defeated by Qin Fin with 1 punch? Although it was the result of Qin Fin's sneak attack, it was unimaginable that Qin Fin had such skills at such a young age. Chapter 14:21. It looked like Qin Feng had the upper hand in this exchange, but he knew very well that he had been tricked by Yang Su. At this moment, Qin Feng's blood was boiling. Yang Su seemed to have injected a breath into his body. This feeling was somewhat similar to the frost poison that Yi Beixian injected into him. Master, you've been poisoned by fire poison. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng was not surprised. The mysterious ice sect mainly cultivated the Yin technique, and the fiery sun sect cultivated the Yang technique. It was normal for them to be able to plant fire poison in a person's body. Can extreme ice dispel the fire poison in my body? Qin Feng asked. Extreme ice is 10,000 beast true ice. It can deal with that guy's fire poison. With this, Qin Feng was at ease. He ignored the fire poison in his body and looked at Yang Su, saying, Not killing you is already letting you off easy. This is my woman. If anyone dares to touch her, I'll exterminate their entire family. Qin Feng did not back down in the face of the strong disciples of the Fiery Sun sect. He was very principled. No one could bully his woman and friends. At worst, he would not find the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples today. If this Yang Su dared to disrespect Hua Xiaojin again, Qin Feng would use the Black Dragon and raise this Fire Beast battalion to the ground. In the exchange just now, both of them had suffered some injuries. Yang Su realized that Qin Feng was also at the 7th stage of True Qi, and for a moment he really didn't dare to fight him head-on. Although the fierce Sun Sect's disciples had already surrounded Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin, after seeing Qin Feng's skills, no one dared to take the initiative to attack. Elder Yang, we have already handed over the spirit stones. You can't make things difficult for us like this, right? Seeing that the battle was imminent, Ziyu braced herself and came forward to plead. She did not really want to help Qin Feng. She was helping herself. with Qin Feng's valiant skills and viciousness. If they angered him, what would they do if he went on a killing spree? Yang Su followed Ziyu's lead and said, "Consider yourself lucky today. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level." Yang Su angrily walked away. Violet Rain quickly ran over to Qin Feng and smiled, saying, "Young Master Qiao, don't lower yourself to the same level as those people. I heard that there is a vice sect master of the Blazing Sun sect standing guard here. If that old monster were to come out, then it would truly be troublesome." The moment Qin Feng arrived at the Fire Beast Battalion, he sensed a powerful aura. It was definitely not inferior to that of Ling Jinfeng and the other sect leaders. In front of such a powerful being, Qin Feng would not be able to defeat him with his current cultivation. He had to use his Star Tech battle equipment. Furthermore, this was a critical period. Many Holy Gate disciples were looking for Hua Tian, who had mastered the 10 steps footwork. If they found out that Hua Tian was already dead, all the disciples in China would come to rob him of his Star Tech products. "Young Master Qiao, let's get down to business." Hua Xiaojin was a little scared. She was worried about Qin Feng's safety. Under the persuasion of the two beauties, Qin Feng suppressed his anger and led them into the Fire Beast Battalion. This place was actually surrounded by a small oasis. More than half of the land was filled with flowers, grass, and lakes. However, the oasis felt completely different from the poisoned Sun City outside. The Fire Beast Battalion occupied a very large area. It was almost the size of a town. Sect disciples could be seen rushing about, racing against time to hunt and kill fire beasts. The 6 of them had already started looking for the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples. At the same time, Yang Su and the others surrounded the entrance and occasionally glanced inside. When Qin Feng was around, the disciples did not dare to say anything. Now, they were all complaining and complaining. "Elder Yang, why did you let that brat go so easily? That guy is really too arrogant. This Fire Beast Battalion is the territory that our Blazing Sun sect has occupied for many years. In all these years, no one has dared to make a move here. Why don't we go and exterminate him? That brat's skills are not inferior to Elder Yang's. We should be careful." Yang Su glared at the disciple who spoke last and immediately shut his mouth. Yang Su snorted and said, "What do you know? That brat's skills are much weaker than mine. I did not make a move because I was afraid that it would affect our Blazing Sun sect's reputation. Although we have dominated this place for many years, we cannot go overboard. Those fellows have already given us spirit stones. If we really cause trouble, which sect disciple will dare to come to the Fire Beast Battalion to do missions? How are we going to earn any benefits?" After Yang Su reprimanded them, the disciples all nodded. Right. Great Elder Yang Su is indeed thoughtful." Yang Su's expression turned cold as he continued. "However, I will not let that brat off easily. Let him do the mission first. When the time comes, we will kill him and take away his fire spirit stones. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. Go and report to Vice Sect Master Yonggang and explain the situation here." Yang Su said so much nonsense because he was not confident and did not dare to fight to the death with Qin Feng. The disciple hurriedly said, "Great Elder Yang Su, the Vice Sect Master has been in seclusion cultivating recently and did not allow anyone to disturb him. Do I really have to report this?" Yang Su felt a little aggrieved. "Forget it. There is no rush to report. Let me see the situation first. Young Master Qiao, according to what you said, the 1,000 Shadow Sect disciples came to the Fire Beast Battalion a few days ago. They should have gone deeper into the camp. The deeper you go, the more fire beasts there are." After entering the Fire Beast Battalion, Violet Rain did not leave. Instead, she followed Qin Feng. Hua Xiaojin pouted the entire time. She didn't like these women, but she remembered that she was only a lowly servant, so she didn't complain to Qin Feng. "All right, go wherever you need to go. Qin Feng saw that Violet Rain had behaved well along the way and did not argue with them. However, Violet Rain continued to follow Qin Feng. She said carefully, "Young Master Chow, we four disciples came here to do a mission with the disciples of the mysterious Ice Sect and the Bailey Sect. If we leave you now, we will be bullied by the disciples of the other sections." Qin Feng finally understood this woman's intentions. She was using him as a protector and an umbrella. Hua Xiaojin could not stand it anymore. She stood up and said, "What does your business have to do with young Master Chow? Young Master Chow has already been very kind by not killing you. I advise you to leave quickly." Violet Rain also did not like Hua Xiaojin, but she could only smile at her. "Miss Hua, if we stay, we can help you and young Master Chow with your mission. We can also serve young Master Chow. Young Master Chow is very skilled. He does not need your help. As for serving him, I am young Master Chow's personal servant. Naturally, I will not let young Master Chow suffer." Hua Xiaojin did not back down. This made Qin Feng secretly happy. It seemed that this girl's personality was gradually changing. Her stubborn thoughts were also slowly being broken. Violet Rain looked anxious. She did not argue with Hua Xiaojin anymore. She looked at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. "Young Master Chow, I am willing to repay you with my body. I only ask that young Master Chow bring us along to do the mission." Seeing that the eldest senior sister had expressed her stance, the other 3 female disciples also said the same thing. Hua Xiaojin was so anxious that she almost made a move. She discovered that young Master Chow was truly outstanding. These beauties actually offered themselves to him on their own accord. "If you insist on following, I will not stop you. However, Xiaojin and I are not here to collect fire spirit stones. Our mission is to find the Thousand Shadow Sect disciples," Qin Feng said indifferently. Violet Rain was overjoyed. "Young Master Chow, rest assured. The 4 of us will help you ask around. There is strength in numbers." The 4 female disciples of Purple Sunset Mountain finally stuck to Qin Feng. They followed behind Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin was speechless, but there was nothing she could do. The 6 of them rushed towards the depths of the Fire Beast Battalion. Along the way, they saw many sect disciples hunting fire beasts. These fire beasts were fire spirit stones. Violet Rain and the others' eyes lit up. However, Qin Feng did not stop after rushing for most of the night. Qin Feng gradually discovered that something was wrong with his body. Previously, he had been poisoned by Yang Su's fire poison. According to Little Pig's words, there was no need to worry about it. But now his body was heating up, and he felt as if his entire body was burning. "Little Pig, are you trying to trick me again?" Qin Feng used his thoughts to communicate. "Master, I'm not trying to trick you, but I discovered a serious problem." Hearing this, Qin Feng realized that he had really been tricked. "What's the situation?" "Because Master has an extreme ice demon core in your body. You originally did not need to fear Yang Su's fire poison. However, I discovered that the environment of Poison Sun City belongs to the sun, which increased the effects of the fire poison. In addition, along the way, Master was surrounded by many fire spirit stones. Naturally, your body absorbed a lot of the spirit energy from the fire spirit stones. This increased the effects of the fire poison and actually restrained the extreme ice." Qin Feng was so angry that his face turned ashen. "You damned pig! After talking nonsense for so long, the fire poison in my body has flared up? Master can understand it this way." Little Pig laughed guiltily. "Is there a way to cure the fire poison in the system? You can buy elixirs to cure the fire poison, but that is not the best method. If this fire poison is not completely expelled, it will remain in Master's body. It is best to vent it out. Master, you understand. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng lecherously. Qin Feng wanted to beat it up. However, Qin Feng was not in the mood to deal with Little Pig. He discovered that his body was becoming hotter and hotter. It was so hot that he tore off his clothes. "Ah, young Master Chiao, what are you doing?" Hua Xiaojin jumped in fright. She wasn't afraid of Qin Feng pouncing on her, but she didn't want the 4 Violet Cloud Mountain disciples to see Qin Feng. Ziyu and the other 3 women also discovered that something was wrong. They were so frightened that they stopped their horses and didn't dare to follow. Qin Feng's skin became fiery red, as if he was on fire. When he turned to look at them, his fiery red eyes scared the 5 of them into screaming. "Young Master Chiao, are you okay?" Hua Xiaojin hurriedly ran over.